You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting.
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting.
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Good afternoon and welcome to our 1:30 study session. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce it, please?
Yes. Item 4.1, Development Impact Fee Review. Chuck Regalia, Assistant City Manager.
Thank you. And before we get started, I'd ask the council's indulgence. There will be a great deal of information provided this afternoon. We do have plenty of time for this study session. And I'm hoping that we can keep the questions, if they are substantive, and will take a fair amount of time to drill in, if you will. If you could try to write down those questions and keep them to the end of the presentation. If there are clarifying questions that have to do with nomenclature or just some basic information to help you understand where we are at the time of the presentation, by all means, interrupt and we will answer that clarifying question. But to maintain continuity and flow of this presentation, if we could wait on the larger questions to the end of the presentation, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Council.
Mayor Sawyer and members of the City Council, the purpose of the study session today is to receive information about impact fees. You have budgeted a review of the existing impact fees and an update of the Nexus studies. And to begin that process, we have worked with Walter Kieser and Economic and Planning Systems to prepare 2 study sessions. The first session is today, and that is to review the basics of, or impact fee basics, look at the housing market, look at the effects that impact fees have on project feasibility. And then the second session is on September 22nd, where we're going to give you feedback from the stakeholders and then ask you to give us direction for the update of the Nexus studies. And then after you give us direction, we will go out for a request for a proposal to get proposals to actually update our Nexus studies. So with that, I'd like to introduce Walter Kieser. He's a principal with the firm of Economic and Planning Systems and has had significant experience with this topic, and he will be giving has prepared and will work on the study session today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Mayor Sawyer and members of the council, my name again is Walter Kieser. I'm a senior principal with Economic and Planning Systems. It's a pleasure to be here today. As Chuck said, we have had considerable experience working here in Santa Rosa over the years, having prepared some of the earlier fee programs that you have and also doing some of the updates. In addition to that, I just attended my 50th high school reunion at the Flamingo on Saturday night. So I have a long-standing connection here to Santa Rosa, and it's a pleasure to be working on this case. We're going to do a presentation, as Chuck said, today on the general topic of fees, and as a sort of preface to you making some decisions about how to move forward with those programs later this year, perhaps early into next year. One of the aspects of this work, as we've begun it, and as will be the case going forward, is the fact that it's a collaborative effort between consultants like myself and also city staff. So I would like to begin by thanking the staff that we see here listed for all of their input thus far. They will be involved, virtually all your senior staff in the various departments will be involved in this going forward. It is a considerable effort that we are setting forth on. How did we get here? Why did you take this topic up? First of all, it's been 20 years. These programs have been created over the last 20 years, and it's been 10 years since about 2004 or 5 since we've updated these programs. And if any of you haven't noticed, a few things have happened in the past 10 years that deserve some attention. And in addition to the various economic and other things that have gone on, there's a number of factors that we're concerned about dealing with the increasing need for infrastructure. That's almost always the case. The fact that in recent years, not just with the recession, but even coming off the recession, Santa Rosa has sustained very low housing production rates for a variety of reasons, which we will get into. And obviously, if you have a fee program that is driven by housing production and you have no housing production, you have no fees. So that's an issue for us. There's concern about development feasibility, the cost of development, rents, and these sorts of things. And so we want that to be in the mix as well. So that is to say, one of the things that happened during the recession is with values of housing and development going down, fees were a greater cost proportionately, and in some cases may have influenced development or deterred development that might have otherwise occurred. So we are sensitive to that fact. So these are some of the reasons why we are engaging or proposing or will be looking at as we go forward with this fee program. Basically, what we want to do with the program is look at the economic trends. Obviously, if you're going to be building infrastructure as you have planned to do, you need to understand the economic trends. How much development is going to occur, of what type and where and when. So we want to understand that as one aspect. Another is the infrastructure needs. The original fee programs were based on detailed capital programs. We need to look at those as a part of this project. That's one of the things we did extensively with staff is look, where are we at with infrastructure needs? How much will this future development cost and how might it be paid for? We want to familiarize you a little bit with the development impact fee programs as they exist. Many of you were not on council when these were adopted. So I think it'll be helpful just to give you some sense of what a fee program is, and specifically which programs are operating today in Santa Rosa and what the amounts are and these sorts of things. We also want to talk a little bit, as I alluded a moment ago, to the topic of development feasibility. Fees are a cost of development, obviously, and they have an impact. And the question is, does that impact fall within an acceptable range, or is it something that we might, as economists at least, say, geez, that might be a little bit high and might actually have a negative impact on development that might otherwise occur. As we move forward, past today's presentation, we'll want to be recommending the scope, as Chuck was alluding to, of how are we going to actually go about technically. What are the technical parameters for the actual update process, which will happen subsequently? And the final thing is that we are going to be looking at, knowing what we know going in, is it's likely that these fee programs are not going to be adequate to cover all the costs. They're for a variety of reasons. And so there's a number of things that we're going to have to do in this update that will kind of balance the books. That is to say, match the ability of development that we expect to occur to pay to the costs, and also bring other financing strategies, financing sources to bear. So before I go any further, is that those objectives of this work clear to everyone? Any questions about that?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, today, the first study session, we're going to do kind of the first half of this. I'm going to talk a little bit about an economic overview of Santa Rosa, give you some sense of the basics of impact fees, talk about or reveal some of the information we have about infrastructure needs and costs, talk about the existing fee programs a bit, and then discuss how we look at the question of development feasibility. In the subsequent study session, as I've already said, we will hopefully hear from some of the stakeholders, development community and others, as a reaction to what we're saying and perhaps as input to you in your decision making. We'll talk about some of these supplemental funding sources and mechanisms. There's another council session on that, correct, Chuck? That will add to this. We will provide options on how to proceed with the update and then obtain direction. And subsequent to that direction, the actual update process can begin. As I've said earlier, what we've completed to date, we have significant collaboration with staff. We've done independent market research and economic research. We've reviewed the fee programs as they sit. We've evaluated how that infrastructure has been funded to date, and also we've done at least our initial outreach to stakeholders. So those things we've done to get to this point today.
Excuse me,
yes.
Just a clarifying question. You mentioned twice in the last two slides the stakeholders. Who do we consider stakeholders in this conversation?
Well, the primary stakeholder, but by no means the only stakeholder, is the development community, the people that pay these fees. And we hear the most from this particular area about whether the fees are acceptable and how it might affect their project. But we are open to any group of stakeholders, whether they be neighborhood groups or housing groups or any group that believes they have an issue or have a piece of this issue that they'd like to communicate to us.
Okay, so the stakeholder conversations will continue as this process continues. I just want to make sure that if there are people out there who feel like they're stakeholders, they should be getting in touch with you, Chuck?
Yes.
Very good.
Just to let you know, we have a meeting scheduled for next week with the building community. And if anyone else in the audience or in the television audience has a desire to talk to me, I'd be glad to talk to them.
Thank you.
Could you give them a date of that meeting and the time?
August 27th, lunchtime at the Builders Exchange.
Okay. Any other questions? No? We'll go ahead. Okay, to begin with, I want to talk just a little bit about the basics. Again, some of you may not be familiar with the underlying laws and practices of development impact fees. I want to spend just a few minutes talking about that. Basically, these fees, so-called development impact fees, are one-time charges that are typically levied at the time building permits are pulled on development to pay for infrastructure that can be demonstrated to be required by that new development. These fees can only be used for capital, not services. They must be linked to the new development by so-called nexus, or a rational relationship between that development and the demand for the facilities. Fees can pay for financing charges. That is to say, we can integrate fee programs with one form of debt or another, so long as there's adequate underwriting. But generally speaking, it's for capital items only, and usually on a pay-as-you-go basis. The authority for impact fees comes from both constitutional standards. There's a series of court cases that have been ruled by the federal courts, federal Supreme Court over the years, but mostly we operate under the purview of something referred to as the Mitigation Fee Act, Government Code 66,000, which was initially adopted in the late 80s. It has been amended over time, but the state statute is the legal framework that we work in. It creates a number of required statutory findings and rules and regulations that fees must conform to. There are some types of fees are excluded from the Mitigation Fee Act. One of them are the school impact fees, of course, that you don't have anything in particular to do with, but is also a cost of development. And also under the state's Subdivision Map Act, you have the so-called QIMBY, which is for park dedication. These are things that are kind of carved out from the Mitigation Fee Act, but are included in our analysis and our economic analysis and consideration. Basically, the fees have the ability to assure that development pays its own way. Certainly over the last generation, there's been concern that development pay for for itself in the way of providing for the necessary infrastructure. But that's not always an easy thing to do for all the various reasons. We are concerned about how accurate the development forecasts are. We are concerned about the fact that oftentimes infrastructure is needed in advance of the time the fees are collected. There are the fact that, just as we've experienced recently, even though you have these needs, if development activity is low, you have absolutely no money, and if you have funding obligations or things to pay for, it can be problematic when you don't have any funding. So there are some limitations here. Fees are often used integrated into the capital financing, matching other sources. Your water sewer is an example of that, where the utility department is using their connection charges in combination with revenue debt funding to build infrastructure. So they're oftentimes matched and integrated into other funding programs. So those are some of the basic financial characteristics that we have with fees. At the present time, this slide here shows the fee program in place. We have a citywide capital facilities fee that pays for roads and storm drains and public facilities, it's fire and police facilities and that sort of thing. There are park fees, acquisition and improvements, the water and wastewater demand fees, again, all citywide. The inclusionary housing fee, which is, I didn't mention it, but it's another kind of carve out from the Mitigation Fee Act. It operates under another statute. And then we have these area fees. Going back to 1995-96, we adopted area fees for the Southeast and the Southwest. And then there's the public art fee. And then finally, we've included on this list the special tax district. It's not a fee, especially it's a tax, but we've put it in the mix as a part of this presentation and your decision-making, since it is something that is part of the concern for development feasibility and how that interacts. So we have included this special tax district. And again, when we come back at our next meeting, we will be raising options around that special tax district as well. So before I go on, any questions about fees or anything that I've said that is confusing or you'd like clarification of?
Clarifying question at this point?
If it's too long, wait till the end and tell me that you'll do that. So recently, our water department made a change in choice of how it did a calculation.
Yes.
So will we be shown what the calculation choices are as you're going through the Nexus process so we can decide, or how will that decision be made about what the calculation choices are?
Well, I can answer that question quickly. But it is, as you say, a longer discussion. But quickly, with respect to the change in methodology that the utility department used, we have reflected that in our current presentation and analysis, which we'll talk about in a little while.
Okay.
But the broader question of the methods, yes, we have, because of the statutory requirements, we don't have infinite latitude. But yes, all of our work, as is exemplified by the existing technical reports, provide clarity about how we're doing this. And you're right, there are options. And some of those, there can be or may be policy choices that have. So yes, as a part of
so you'll be bringing policy choices back maybe at the next study session?
Yes. Oh, well, no. In terms
or
of this.
Or beyond that?
Yeah, beyond that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just would say, remembering as we go through the conversations over the next 2 study sessions, that ultimately this culminates in an RFP, which will then allow us to really crack open some of these conversations. So I think you're going to be getting a lot of input about approach, but you may actually get into some of those detailed questions about methodology during the process of the actual RFP.
Okay, I just wanted to know if it would come back to us or if this was the place. So.
Well, you will set the fees. So once we have the Nexus study completed by a consultant, which is not Mr. Keyser, but the consultant that's selected from the RFP process, they will make recommendations which would include different types of methodologies that perhaps could be used. Then it would be brought to the council for you to formally adopt either new fees or adjust the existing fees. And so staff would explain to you, and if there's alternate methodologies, we would explain that to you, and you would have the option to choose one or the other if you felt it was better and within the legal parameters.
So one of the things we would want to do is to make sure that the RFP included an instruction for alternate methodologies.
Yeah. So the simple answer is it'll come back again and again and again and again. Okay. So the next component here is the economic overview. As I said earlier, these fees happen in an economic context. And if there's one thing that we've learned recently, that the economy can change. This Great Recession was a shocking experience for many of us in a variety of ways, and it heightened our sensitivity to this. We've always been concerned about these matters, but we're more concerned about them today than we've been in the past because of the difficulties that we all went through. So what we want to talk about here is just give you a sense of where we think Santa Rosa is from a real estate market trend standpoint, some of the forecasts as kind of a backdrop to this. It influences what needs to get built, when it needs to get built, It influences the value of real estate as it gets built and its feasibility. It influences how much funding that we think can happen over time, et cetera, et cetera. These real estate trends are quite important as a kind of backdrop to this. Basically, to begin with, and again, some of these things are no surprise or shock to you, but Santa Rosa's housing production in the wake of the recession remains well below its historical averages, and I have a chart to show you this. There's a variety of reasons for this. Some of them have to do with the fact that, unlike other portions of the Bay Area that are experiencing strong economic growth, job growth, Santa Rosa has lagged. Sonoma County has lagged, in fact. There's also the issue that coming out of the recession, that mortgage interest standards have reduced the pool of buyers. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why there's pressure on your rental housing stock. And also, as even through the recession and before, a continual set of state laws and whatnot have actually increased the cost of construction. So there's a whole variety of things that are causing or can be used to explain why housing production in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa specifically has been below averages. Again, as I mentioned just a moment ago, these residential rent increases that you're hearing about are partly the result of this, because there's been a shift statewide and here in Sonoma County from ownership to rental, and when that happens, obviously you'll have an impact on price, on rent. This chart that we're looking at here shows basically development activity going back now 30 years or more, and you'll note a couple things. First of all, how erratic these charts are, that up and down these markets are, reflecting the general business cycle, market conditions nationally or statewide. And we've also shown a couple of lines showing the average over this long period and the average over the 2010 to 15, the last 15 years, and then where you are today. And normally when one looks at a chart like this, one might say, well, why does that exist? Why are we looking at numbers like that? And of course, and when will that change, and under what circumstances will that change? And that's really one of the fundamental questions. Again, with development at this level, you're not generating very many units. You're not going to get much fee revenue, regardless of what the fees are. One of well, again, as I said, the topic here is that when we look at the Bay Area, and of course we work all over the Bay Area and the state, that this so-called recovery that we've had from coming out of the recession has been has varied tremendously from area to area. Markets like the Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Peninsula, the East Bay to some extent, have had very remarkable job increases, whereas other parts of the Bay Area, reflecting other parts of the state, have lagged considerably. And as an evidence of that, a strong evidence of that, is here in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa, that office rents, commercial rents are very low, absorption's very low. Simply, there aren't people creating the jobs that would normally drive a recovery in a matter that you would expect coming out of a recession like the one we've just had. Multifamily rents, while increasing, for a variety of reasons. You might say, well, with all those increasing rents, why aren't people taking advantage of that and building more rental? And the answer is these rents remain considerably below a threshold needed to instigate much construction, if any. So that's just a key factor there that we'll need to take account of. Just a couple of charts here showing some of how this works out. Here we have comparative employment composition in the 9 Bay Area counties. One of the things that we as economists are concerned about is the relationship between what we call basic jobs, that is, say, income-producing jobs versus population-supporting jobs. In a normal economy, we would like that number to be about 2 to 1. That is to say, for every one basic job, you have 2 population-supporting type of employment, so kind of a third, 2/3.
Excuse me,
yes.
You're using the phrase in the document, head of household job. Is that what you're?
Yes.
So would you repeat the phrase you used instead of head of household?
A basic job, an income-producing job.
Okay, so basic is equal to head of household?
Yeah, I mean, head of household doesn't necessarily mean basic, because although it often is, but head of household job means a job that is adequate to a job income and job to support the creation of a household. Now, we know that most households now are 2-wage earner households. Sometimes they're the equivalent, sometimes not quite. But we're interested in an economic development sense in creating those jobs that lead to the formation of households.
Can you define the basic and the other that you just said?
A basic job is a job where it is contributing to the income of the region, so export income, whether that be, could be something like federal employment. It could be a manufacturing employment where goods are being sold beyond the county. So just for example, when we look at San Francisco, you'll note that, that jobs in San Francisco have been almost dominated by these so-called basic jobs, and that comes from the technology industries. These technology industries are obviously selling their goods and services far beyond the confines of San Francisco and generating income inside. So that's the difference, a basic concept of economics. This job growth, of course, relates to rents, and here we have a chart that shows where Santa Rosa lies with respect to other cities in the region of similar size and suburban cities of around in the peninsula and the East Bay and Marin County. And you'll note that these office square foot rents are $1.78 on average. Now, again, that's going to vary on product to product, but that's on average. As a point of comparison, no one will build an office unless those prices are around certainly on a speculative basis, unless those prices are $350 or around that level anywhere in the Bay Area. And another thing that's important to point out is while these rents vary, costs don't. Costs the same, pretty much the same to build a house or an office building or a commercial building in Santa Rosa as it does in any of these other cities. Same standards, same rules, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Mr. Keyser, so the costs here, these lower costs are because we have the inventory, there's no competition. So we have too much inventory in our office space.
Well, yes, you can look at it as oversupply. You can also look at it as under demand. It's the same difference. But yes, you do have an ample supply. There's a relatively high vacancy rate. And also these low rents. Yes, and we expect that, and this is, by the way, something that's important because we talk about when we go forward and we're talking about something like, say, the commercial linkage fee, which, by the way, we've helped, we established the basis for 15 years ago here in Sonoma County. When you have an office market or a commercial market as weak as yours and nobody's building anything, 10 times 0 is 0. I mean, you're not, what are you going to, so it's not a very effective funding source if there is nothing generating the funding. So this is a concern that we'll have going forward, the weakness of your commercial and office sector.
Thank you.
As similar on multifamily, you'll note that rents in Santa Rosa, and again, we're sensitive to the fact that these rents have gone up considerably recently, but when we compare them to some of these other cities, you'll note that they're considerably below. And in a similar fashion to the office, no one's going to build much. Just the cost of construction, setting aside these fee issues and all that, no one's going to build much. No one can afford to build anything unless these rents are $2.50 or somewhere in that range. So you have a price-cost problem here that's going to continue to restrict the construction of these of multifamily. I've said a lot real quick. I'm going to talk about growth forecasts, but before I do, are there any questions about what I've just gone over?
Mr. Vice Mayor.
We've heard a lot recently about high rents in Sonoma County, and we've also heard repeatedly that the solution is for more inventory. What I'm seeing from the last slide and what you just said is that the rents need to go up for more inventory to be created. Is that correct?
Well, yes. I mean, basically, from a pure market standpoint, if you're interested, if the issue, no one is going to invest unless they can make a return on that investment. The developers and whatnot can confirm this, of course. So it's our view that so long as those market rents remain in that range they are, there's not a lot of incentive for people to actually go to produce that new supply.
That's pretty depressing.
Unless the cost of the production of the supply lessens.
That's right, and and we'll talk about that in a moment when we get into the development feasibility question. And again, the reason why we're even bringing this up is because these fees, as they exist or as they might exist in the future, affect this equation.
Thank you. Mr. Schweitzer.
Thank you, Mayor. You came up with two figures for commercial building being $350 a square foot, and then for the rental, $250 a square foot. Where did you come up with those numbers?
What we do, my firm does, as you might imagine, a lot of work with the topic of development feasibility, both on the private sector and the public sector side. And we've, especially as we've come out of this recession, we've been quite sensitive to this. We've been monitoring this from a statistical standpoint. I haven't provided that information, perhaps we can, but generally speaking, we do development feasibility analysis. We look at all the costs, we look at the income, et cetera, and then we validate that with actual rents and development activity around the Bay Area. So for example, just take one example in the East Bay, we saw up until recently Oakland lagging behind San Francisco in terms of production. And then because there was a kind of San Francisco prices are $4 or $5, it started shifting interest into Oakland and Berkeley. Rents went up, and all of a sudden people are starting to propose and build projects. But those rents bumped over about $3, and then everybody got interested.
So is that a fair number to say that is the number that, I hear the term frequently, it's got to pencil out. So in order for things to pencil out, these are accurate numbers that we would maybe be able to use, and you'll be able to provide us information on both ends, how to affect it, either to lower it.
Yes. Again, these are just averages. We're just making the point that there is a threshold. It will vary depending upon the individual circumstances of a project and all sorts of variables. But I would say, just as a general statement, that what you have in both on the commercial side and on the multifamily housing side are rents that are below that we think is necessary to stimulate construction.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
And the cost numbers, sir, for those, you've mentioned how much they need for the revenue. What about the cost? Do you have any assumptions in there? Are our costs going to be to build up here going to be the same as the city?
Well, again, the cost is going to be a function of the type of development, of course. And in San Francisco, of course, they're building steel frame. It's very, very expensive for the most part. Here, we're going to be looking at more traditional forms of construction. But project to project, that is to say, a similar townhome built in the East Bay or in the Peninsula or Santa Clara Valley or here, the costs are going to be within a margin the same. Yes. There's no real difference.
But my concern is that if you're talking about rents and you're just saying commercial rent in San Francisco and the city is X, and therefore it has to be X or some form of X in Santa Rosa, you're assuming that the cost to build are the same?
No, I'm sorry for that misunderstanding. I did not intend to say that. I said that that there is a threshold of cost. Even if you're building the kind of, say, office building, a simple office building, the Class A office building here that's built in, and we're not talking about high-rise development, of course, and the cost of doing that here in Santa Rosa exceeds the value derived from the rents at this time. It doesn't have anything to do with San Francisco in particular.
And I understand. When you're using a rule of thumb like that, I wonder, because San Francisco and Silicon Valley, that's a different ball game than what we're having up here in terms of rents received and costs incurred.
Sure, and because of that, there are different product types. Just as example, the standard product in San Francisco, of course, will be a high-rise building, right. Very, very expensive construction, and yes, so there's some so it's a different.
And that's what concerns me when you have a number for San Francisco as rent for it to pencil out, sure. And ours needs to go higher. Wait a minute.
Right. Well, yes. Again, you're not going to build. We're not talking about going so high as to generate the demand for a high rise. We're talking about a different product. But even for that different, more site-specific or site-appropriate product, those rents are still too low. Yeah.
Last question. I know you have a lot, but in your number for San Francisco, don't you have higher? If that's an average, don't you have high-rise rents in there?
Yes, of course. I mean, that again, the point there is the rents that we're showing are the average rents for commercial space, and those rents are, in large measure, for high-rise development. So it's just making a point that there's a wide range of what people will pay in rent, and corresponding to that, a different mix of product types. For example, in Santa Clara County, the older tilt-up kind of office flex space, some of which you have here in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa, is being displaced by mid-rise steel frame buildings. And so those rents that we're seeing in Santa Clara County are supporting that type of development. And here in Sonoma County, the rents are low enough that even a more modest type of construction would not be supported.
Perhaps the answer will reveal itself, but it doesn't seem to be apples to apples to me.
Well, again, it's not apples to apples. We're looking at different markets and different products. Conclusion the same.
I'd like to follow up on that. If we can roll back to slide 17, which is, I think, just one slide back. How did you select the cities? San Francisco's not on here. You're comparing us to San Rafael, Walnut Creek, Sunnyvale, Redwood City, and San Mateo. How did you decide those were the cities to compare us with?
They were cities where we've done number one, we've done recent work, so we had the data available. But also we felt, but we've done a lot of work in a lot of cities. In fact,
right.
A third or more of the cities in the Bay Area. But we thought these were just representative of kind of around the Bay and places that you would know and have some sense for. It could be a different selection. But the point is that if we look at the East Bay, we look at Marin County, we look at the peninsula, we look at Silicon Valley, it just gives you a sense of what's going on around. Same true for the office.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to switch over to the whole topic of growth forecasting. We've been talking about what has happened and what is. I want to talk about growth forecast. Association of Bay Area Governments makes a forecast. They have a current one. It's called Projections 2013. They're working on a new one. And this has historically been a basis for us projecting future growth, future population, infrastructure needs. And what we have a projection through 2035, actually, that goes to 2040, of about, would presume that you would be building something shy of 600 units a year for the whole period. That's the ABAG forecast. Corresponding with that, ABAG has projected employment to grow at about the same pace. These forecasts are regional forecasts, and they aren't necessarily based on actual or fundamental economic considerations. But nonetheless, they are what we've historically worked with. We're using them here just as a point of comparison. The general plan that was adopted back in 2007, 9, yeah, okay, had a somewhat higher number in terms of the growth forecast, both on the employment side and on residential. It's our sense, given where things are at today and where they may go, that it's very likely that it'll be difficult to achieve either of those forecasts. That is to say, development is not likely to kind of catch up to that level that represents that historical average or what either ABAG or the general plan may suggest. Again, a lot depends on how things play out and how you stimulate economic development here in Santa Rosa, et cetera, but these forecasts are not self-fulfilling just because they're set. Something needs to happen to make those forecasts be realized. And again, that's part of what we're doing today. We're talking about this from the standpoint of how does this city grow? What does it grow? How much? Not conforming to some third-party or external forecasts, which is not necessarily based upon true local facts and information and policy. Basically, we are concerned about this because we have the need to understand how much is needed in the way of infrastructure that corresponds to that growth, as well as the financing capacity. So we have some concerns about that. One of the ways that we would plan on dealing with this in the RFP, or the actual fee work is to look at these infrastructure needs by comparison to actual increments of development that occurs, so that you have some flexibility there.
Mr. Wysocki?
You keep defining infrastructure needs as if it's, the term as if it's already predefined. Is this the same type of infrastructure needs in the last century, say in the 60s, or is it the needs going forward?
It'll be the needs going forward, Councilmember. One of the things that you will be doing as a part of these fee programs is identifying those infrastructure needs. Of course, we will start with those items that are currently reflected in the current fee programs that are yet to have been built, but that's just a starting point. And if this program is like any of the others I've been involved with, there's a lot of work that'll be done about that. And that's one of the agains, by the way, relative to methodology. What is it actually that we're building? And you're right, we need to do a thoroughgoing assessment of that, because what might have been appropriate technologically or otherwise 20 years ago may not be today. So that's a big topic going forward.
No, and I appreciate that answer. So if it hasn't been built, say it's been approved and it's a wish list, but that doesn't automatically qualify it?
No.
Okay.
This is the only reason we make reference.
That's fine.
Is just for starting point. I hope the Public Works Director isn't too worried about it. But the answer is that, yes, we're going to have to go back and look at everything from the beginning. But the point here is that from the standpoint of this fee program, not only are we going to be re-looking at that set of infrastructure in some detail, but we're also going to be trying to figure out a way to balance that, the timing of that, against development that actually occurs, rather than committing to things and then not being able to fund them. This chart just shows some of the numbers as we have been describing here in the last few minutes. Note, too, that one of the other things that we may do, just for planning purposes, is if we don't believe, or we have some cause to think that development will be below either ABAG or what the general plan might have suggested, we may, for planning purposes, come up with our own, kind of well, let's take our best guess today, knowing what we know, as part of the fee program. So that's what we're showing there as just a kind of a placeholder for something we might want to do. This chart just shows a composition of employment. Again, this is straight from ABAG, whether this profile of employment reflecting the different types of jobs, manufacturing, retail, et cetera, actually occurs, and that number of jobs actually occurs is anybody's guess. We do think, as I've said before, that focusing on employment, focusing on particularly basic employment here in Sonoma County, where you've lost some of that employment in this past period of time, is an important part of this overall effort, a very important part. Okay, we've talked about economic trends, we've talked about forecasting a little bit. Now we're going to talk about infrastructure needs, and Councilmember Wysocki has just brought that up, so it's a good transition. Basically, when cities are looking at infrastructure needs, they derive from a variety of sources. One of them has to do with new development, of course. New development comes along and it needs new infrastructure. Another comes from having an inventory of infrastructure that needs to be taken care of. Roads need to be rebuilt, bridges need to be rebuilt, buildings need to be reconstructed, et cetera, et cetera. There's also this issue of service standards. In your general plan, for example, there's a whole variety of service standards you've adopted, say for parks, that if you said, oh, let's build all that stuff, it costs a lot of money. and that can't be translated to new development, because that new service standard, as it's met, it benefits the entire community. Very, very important concept in fees. So meeting those new service standards is a big topic. And one of the things that probably will be looked at going forward, and this relates to Councilmember Wysocki's comment as well, is looking back at that general plan and saying, are the policies that underlie that infrastructure the right policies? So that's a very, very important foundational question. And then the final thing that comes along is that the state and the federal government is constantly changing the rules on us from a standpoint of building standards, from the standpoint of a whole variety of rules and regulations that we must conform to that influence our costs or cause the city to invest in infrastructure.
Another question, if I may. The second to the right on your infrastructure need, repair and replacement of existing infrastructure. Why are we saddling new development with existing infrastructure needs?
Because, well, you normally, insofar as new development will contribute to the wear and tear, and it will, of existing infrastructure, they can bear a proportion of that cost.
I would think that'd be operational budget.
Well, no, let's just take one example. Let's take and in the current fee program, we have the city had, I think it still has, a kind of a pavement management program, a program to maintain the roads at a certain level of operation. And that has a kind of life cycle cost. Every year you need to invest a certain amount of money to keep the roads at a certain level of standard of operation. The entire community benefits from keeping those roads in good shape, both existing development and, insofar as new development comes along, some portion of new development causes the wear and tear and benefits from the wear and tear. So we have, at least historically, and this is back to your original question, included a fraction of those life cycle costs for road maintenance in the capital fee program.
So you're basically saying new development contributes to miles traveled per road?
Yes.
And that might be a better basis to assess future taxes on?
Yes.
As opposed to Measure A as to how it was?
Fees, not taxes.
Uh-oh, I think I walked into something there. But anyway, the point there is that we're looking at this from a rational standpoint. We need to have a rational rule. And that's why we've included it here. We also want to make the point that as the city matures, as new development becomes less and less as a portion of total development, the problem of maintaining the existing infrastructure that you can't assign to new development simply because there's not enough of it to begin with, and second of all, you can't apply those costs, you have a bigger problem to your general fund or other sources of infrastructure.
Quick follow-up on that. So using a sort of water line analogy, and the roads may be affected and parks may be affected at some point, as you keep adding something into, say, a sewer line, the pipe itself needs to get bigger and bigger because you're adding more and more on it. So any one unit wouldn't increase the size of the pipe, but at some point it rolls over to need the larger pipe for drainage. So when you're talking about fees for existing, do you include the need, for example, to upgrade something because it no longer will serve the volume? So I'm thinking sewer pipes, but
no.
I'm sure there's a better analogy somewhere.
No, it's a perfectly good analogy. It's a perfectly good analogy, actually. Whether it's a sewer pipe or a drainage pipe, first of all, one would hope, and I think it's the case, that the engineers, when they're planning those facilities, are looking into the future. So they're sizing those facilities not for immediate demand, but for the long term. So for the most part, when they're putting in these, spending lots and lots of money to build these systems, they're thinking about demand in some future date. But you're right, at some point, either because it's aged or because it's inadequate, you have to go in there and rebuild it. And so that is absolutely the case. No.
So I'm thinking about the balance between the existing residents having to pay for a line that's oversized for them, projecting into the future,
right,
with a new person coming in paying for existing service upgrades.
Right.
And so the fees take that into account.
They do. That is the essence. What you've set up is the essence of what we refer to as nexus, is figuring that out, figuring out that proportional share of cost. And for each facility type, whether it be a park or a sewer pipe or a drainage pipe, there is a way of thinking about that and assuring that adequate facilities are needed. But you're right, when you have a situation where you have to build something in advance and you've got to carry that cost and yet the revenues are yet to come, that's one of the fundamental issues that we face in fee programs. Okay, we're going to now talk a little bit about infrastructure needs from the standpoint of costs. We've reviewed these programs working with city staff, as I've mentioned. We have a number of different programs that have remaining costs, and subject to the question or issue of whether those are the appropriate items, we just want to report what we know today from the standpoint of what remains to be built in those fee programs and what we expect to be necessary. And so that's what we've done here in quoting these numbers. Basically, in this last 20-year period plus, the city has generated about $230 million in fee revenues across all of these programs, just as a point of reference. And the table will document this a little bit. A large portion of infrastructure related to sewer, water, and other capital facilities citywide will cost about $365 million, kind of if you will, a very large and significant and important part of your capital investment program. The infrastructure remaining, mainly drainage and roads and other things in the southwest and southeast, total about $127 million. These are things that were in the original programs that we have not yet built. When we look at the emerging development areas, the downtown specific plan, the Northwest, and Roseland, we look at, and some of these programs, by the way, are under development, Roseland in particular, but with the information we have, we estimate some $173 million worth of infrastructure needed to support that development.
Mr. Keiser,
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, well, that was good.
Good timing.
And then when I mentioned parks a little bit earlier, when we look at the cost of the park program in the general plan and translate that into dollars, and not necessarily that can be attributed all to new development because there's an improvement in standard, it's about $350 million. So that's a substantial number. So when we sum all that up, we get to be about $1 billion worth of infrastructure, and we're not certain that that would cover everything. There may be other things that come along that would be needed as well, both to support new development and to achieve standards in the general plan that have not yet been achieved. This is all summarized on the table on page 26, showing the fees collected underneath these various programs in the last 20 years, and then the corresponding future costs that we expect to happen. Now, again, as we've talked about and you've asked questions about, this is a crux of the fee program. What are we buying? What are we paying for? And we expect that the fee program that we will advertise for in the RFP and retain consultants to approach will be looking into these in some detail. And there'll be a lot of, I presume, council input, stakeholder input into that process. Just a couple of issues. When we look at this, when we look at $1 billion of infrastructure need, and then we look back 20 years and we see that in that 20 years, you've generated $200 million over a time where development has been perhaps more robust than it may be in the future. There may be some challenges, obviously. You've got development declining, financing issues, feasibility issues. So this is one of those moments where you go, how might this work? And obviously the question is, do you need all that infrastructure if development is considerably less than expected? There's also the fact that one way or the other, there are, unlike times in the past or other places, other times, there aren't a lot of funding options. It's not as if the general fund has adequate resources to be backfilling or paying for some of these costs, whether they be related to development or improving standards for the city as a whole, for example, like in Roseland as a part of the annexation. At the same time that we've seen, and throughout my whole career, by the way, sadly, state and federal funds available for infrastructure, particularly sewer, water, roads, has just declined, basically fallen off the charts. Money that built a lot of the infrastructure that we enjoyed during our lifetimes, our children won't enjoy, and we don't know how that's going to be funded. And that pattern hasn't improved. At the federal level, they're still operating, the transportation bill is still operating under continuing resolution. There's absolutely no chance of that continuing resolution being replaced by a transportation bill before the next administration arrives. again, if we have these lower development amounts, we will have an obvious shortfall. If we apply a 500 unit average and say the fees were exactly where they are today, we might generate $500 million worth of fees through 2035 using that forecast that we've developed, which is, I think, optimistic. You would generate roughly half of what that infrastructure need is. So we have, again, a considerable shortfall that we would be facing that needs to be solved one way or the other. At the same time, it's important to point out, and I always like to point out, that unless the city is investing in infrastructure and quality of life infrastructure, roads, parks, schools, the whole 9 yards, you're not a very attractive mousetrap, so to speak. And the economic growth is partly dependent on the quality and maintenance of infrastructure. So one of the questions we have forward is, how do we maintain Santa Rosa as an attractive place to live and work and invest in, and at the same time, by investing in infrastructure, which you got to do one way or the other. So, any questions on the forecast or these costs as we've laid them out so far? Ms. Combs?
So we aren't building 500 new houses a year?
No. I just use that as a kind of mark. Right now, we're not, and whether or not you will return to that or how you can return to that is an open question. Now, this is really, really an important question. How do you turn that around? Yeah, and again, we have on a national level and certainly on a regional level examples of where the markets have begun to turn around, and then the question is, well, we're in places like Santa Rosa, what's it going to take to do that? What is the problem? How do you solve the problem? The fee and the investment issue around infrastructure is just a part of that larger problem. Okay, so we want to talk just a little bit about the fees as they sit, the amounts that are applied to different types of development, again, as kind of a backdrop, and then we'll go on to talk about feasibility. So what we've done here is we've just shown these different kinds of fees, the components of the fees the city currently charges, showing a typical single-family house that the fees in the growth areas, southeast and southwest, tend to be about $60,000 in aggregate. In other parts of the city that don't have those area fees that we created or you created in the southeast and southwest, fees range from $30,000 to $50,000 on single family. Multifamily, the comparable numbers are around $40,000 in the southeast and southwest areas, and in the rest of the city, shy of $30,000. Again, because they don't have that component of cost that we assign to development in those two areas. In retail, here we have a retail project that's about a small building, 20,000, I think, that we're using as an example. And we think that this just shows the numbers of the cost per by the different fees that are applied to commercial development. Office, the same kind of thing where we're looking at the cost per these areas, and again, we've added these up for purposes of comparison. So we're going to move on to the topic of development feasibility. As I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, development feasibility has to do with the comparison between what a product can be sold for or rented for and what it costs to build. That's development feasibility in a nutshell. And we want to talk about this in the context of this fee program. How do if these fees influence or interact with development feasibility? What kind of latitude might there be going forward? These sorts of questions. So basically, we want to talk first about the value and cost of development. Basically, the market demand, zoning regulations which allow a certain kind of development to occur, public investment which creates value in the land, all add to the value side of the equation. City policies, regulations, administration affect both the value of development because it permits certain things to happen, but also the cost because of the fees and charges that you impose, the time delays and risks involved in entitlement are all costs that must be absorbed. So a key thing...
Excuse me.
Yes.
So the value and cost of development here is from the point of view of the developer and not from the point of view of the city.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Development feasibility, we're talking, I'm sorry for not making that correction, but you're quite correct. We're talking here about private sector feasibility because, this is, if development's going to happen, it's going to be a private sector business, and we need to reflect it from that perspective.
Will at some point you also provide a value and cost of development analysis for the city to make a decision, for example, whether a particular development is worth what would come in with it versus what goes out because of it? I mean, for example, you don't need necessarily to build another fire station, or you don't need necessarily to build a school if there's not a development to build a fire cover with the public safety or the school. I'm just asking.
Yes. Well, the fine question, that question has different components or can be answered in different ways. One of them is that we typically do, and we've certainly done plenty of this in Santa Rosa and elsewhere, look at this fiscal equation. I just take how many dollars is generated to the city from a particular development versus how much is it cost to provide those services. And that's a common way of looking at it. But there's also other dimensions to it, as you've said, triggering additional infrastructure costs, other values such as providing affordable housing and other policy objectives. It's a complex question. And I absolutely agree that those considerations are part of the mix. But we are talking about, in this case, is straight development feasibility from a private sector standpoint.
So I'm understanding you to say that in the future next one or the one after that, we won't also have a comparison value and cost of development from the city's perspective. We'll only do it from the development perspective.
Well, again, the scope of this work will be defined by yourselves.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, this is a sort of giving you a composite picture of going on, what the forces in play, and I think what the conversation is about is what can you expect in terms of a return as we go through this process, and what are the factors that are being weighed to make a decision about somebody investing in the community.
Yeah, and this is there's a lot. You've touched on a very complicated topic, but one that's very valuable. And if it's in the council's interest as a part of this work to look at these other dimensions, these community-based, that's absolutely acceptable and normal. There are methods. It can be done. Should be done, in fact.
Sure.
Mr. Wysocki.
If I can follow up on the fees from the developer's perspective, I saw earlier that there are impact fees for the southeast and southwest, but none for the northeast or northwest. Now, I guess that's because the infrastructure is already in place and we don't need major trunk lines. But what that does is it's discouraging building, in my mind, in less costly areas. And we're not solving one of our basic problems because we've had the builders in first in the northeast and northwest perhaps paid for that. So in effect, those areas to be developed there, I don't want to say a free ride, but they're getting a cheaper ride.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and again, that's a fair question. And that while we haven't done a detailed analysis of what you've just described, when the southeast and southwest were developed, they were basically just completely undeveloped, largely, I should say, and needed a whole range of infrastructure where...
Well, you could argue that for the northeast and northwest at the time they were developed.
Yeah, but they were at the time developed. They had already been developed at that time, or large portions of them. But in any case, the point you're making is a fine one, and that as a part of this program, looking at those imbalances is something that we should definitely drill into. I absolutely agree with that.
Let me go one step further, because in my neighborhood, we've had some major trunk lines be repaired, and that, I assume, is coming out of a citywide budget.
That's funded by the citywide capital facilities fee, so that's a citywide fee.
No, I understand that, but it's a citywide fee. But it's benefiting my neighborhood, my side of town.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a Southwest individual, they're going to have to pay into the citywide fees in addition to their own specific fees.
Right.
That doesn't seem equitable to me on the face of it.
Well, it's when we did this work, there were considerably more infrastructure requirements in Southeast and Southwest as we perceived it than there were in the Northeast.
And I think underlying it, the comment is noted, and that's exactly why we're going through the process, council member, is that we need to go through this process. It's been 10 years, things have substantially changed. The conversation that I've heard repeatedly is sort of the imbalance in the equation of where we're going and what we're going to be doing as a city. So I think all these things are going to be coming under consideration as we move forward in the conversation.
Just to add to that, when I agree with everything the city manager just said, but when we originally set up the Southwest and Southeast, they were added as additional fees to those two areas. And at the time we did that, it was determined that it wouldn't be fair to ask the citizens of the rest of Santa Rosa to pay for services, or not services, but improvements that specifically benefited just two areas. And that was the reason, kind of the reverse of what we're saying. And now, I think the point where we want to look at is there a reason to think about doing that differently?
Okay, so moving on, just talking a little bit more about cost and development. One of the things that we will be looking into here is, and I'm certain the development community, as it may be represented, will be looking into this question of the cost of entitlements, conforming to regulations, processing, and all these impact fees as an impact. So what we have, because some of these policies and programs the city has some influence over, there is some ability on your part to influence the cost equation in a positive way, in addition to deriving funding for capital infrastructure. As I've said earlier, the sum and total of development feasibility is when these market prices equal the cost of development, you've achieved feasibility. Provided this chart just to show a general sense, and this is not accurate to any specific project, but just kind of a general representation of how the cost profile of a project spreads out over the various kinds of costs that are encountered. Vertical construction, so-called the building itself, the sticks and concrete and such, generally represents about half. Profits for development range anywhere in the 10 to 15% level. Land is typically about 10% of the cost. You have the cost for fees and other off-site improvements, and then you have sort of pre-development costs, entitlements, transaction costs, and such like that. So these are the costs. Some of these costs can be altered, go up and down, but generally speaking, this just gives you a sense of what those costs are.
And these are developments where?
This is just a general representation of development in general. Again, different types of development
in general in Puerto Rico or where?
Here in California. Let's just say the Bay Area.
Statewide.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Again, any given project, any type of development, these numbers are going to vary. We're just trying to make the point that the bulk of cost, or at least half of cost of development, is typically involved with the actual building itself. The other half of cost involves site improvements, gaining the entitlements, and some of these other things. Again, if you had a single-family house on a single lot somewhere, that construction cost is going to be a bit higher, et cetera, et cetera. But this just gives you a sense that there is a composition of cost. And you'll see in a moment why we've made this generalization. The fees, and I think I've alluded to this and don't need to say a whole lot more about it, fees basically add to the cost. Sometimes you'll hear people say that if you charge me more fees, prices will go up. That's not true. Basically, prices are what the market will be bearing, and whether the fees are high or low, the market is going to buy something at the same. Those costs cannot be passed forward, generally speaking. But as especially as prices are declining and fees get to be a certain higher portion of costs, and you impinge on you've cut land costs and you've cut your construction costs, they can impede and have in cases impeded development, and that's again a concern. The reason we're talking about this, we want to make certain that wherever we land on these fees, that we're not doing something that we want something that fits within some kind of industry standard, rather than just ignoring the fact that the aggregate cost of these fees may in fact impede development that you would otherwise like to see to occur. And again, I made this point earlier. We want to make the point that fees themselves, insofar as they result in infrastructure construction, are in fact creating value. They're part of that value creation because people are paying in the cost of that real estate, whether it's a house or an office, for and because of the infrastructure that's available to them. Another thing that we want to look at is the topic of where we are in the market cycle. Again, coming through this recession, if we didn't already know this, we've learned it hard. Basically, you have a situation where in a strong market, as may be evidenced in the South Bay as we're experiencing it right now, very strong prices. Under those circumstances, land prices increase because the landowners are saying, geez, you're making all this money, I want more land price for my land. That's why land in San Francisco costs $1,000 a square foot, and Santa Clara County it might cost $400, and here it's considerably less. That's a strong market situation. In those cases, you have the opportunity to increase costs across the board in various ways, whether it be better construction, more costly type of construction, fees, et cetera, et cetera. In a transitional market, either going up or down, you've got a situation in which profit margins are slimmed, ability to pay for land is limited, and it's kind of, and yet you can still go ahead and build things. In weak markets, you have a situation where market prices are so low that no one's going to build anything. And the recession, again, is a perfect lesson of what happens when prices are so low that no one can really do anything. This next chart just shows this in kind of a graphic form, the same basic idea that where you have in a strong market, you have profits going up, you have land prices going up, the other components of cost kind of more or less stay the same. In a transitional market, either going up or down, your profit margins are slimmed, your land costs go down, and then when you get into the weak market phase, which we were experiencing in the recession and post-recession period, prices are below the cost. And so in those circumstances, basically nothing's going to happen. In Santa Rosa, by evidence of that chart we were looking at, you're in a transitional zone. Rents and prices are going up, but slowly, and they certainly, at least by evidence of production, haven't gotten into that stronger market phase that we would normally see in a recovery period. So we would remain concerned about that. We think that on a forecast basis that single-family houses prices are increasing, and at some point we should see them cross that threshold and demand manifesting. Office and commercial, as we were discussing earlier, it may be longer. There's so much supply, job growth is so slow that it's going to continue to lag for the foreseeable future. And with respect to rental, is similar to the single family. While rents are increasing, they haven't quite got to that threshold yet, so we're still a little bit lacking in development feasibility, and thus we won't see much construction until rents get a little better or we can do something about costs. Just in terms of feasibility testing, and again, this leads to some graphs that we've done, we like to think that fees fall within a certain range. We've historically looked at and compared on a kind of community-wide basis that these fees and other off-site costs should equal no more than about 15% of retail value and about 10% for commercial. Individual project circumstances, market cycles, all these things influence this. In Santa Rosa, particularly in the southwest area, you have other costs that influence this mix, including wetland mitigation and other issues. But what we will, and we think it's reasonable as a part of the fee program, to actually establish some metrics that allows you to decide brightly how much is enough, if you will. When we look at Santa Rosa right now, overall single family at the median price is below that threshold. The fees would suggest that we're below that threshold, but smaller scale retail development may exceed it. Office development exceeds it simply because of the very, very low rents, and rental housing it's also exceeded, particularly in the southeast and the southwest areas. These charts just show this graphically. They show the fees by the sub-areas of the city, and by the way, this illustrates the issue that was being discussed about the differentials between the different quadrants of the city and where we stand. We also show here a variety of price points on the single family, recognizing that while the median may be around 500,000, the entry-level housing that you might expect to be built in the Southeast or the Southwest may be in the 350 to 400,000 range, and these fees as they sit may be influencing feasibility in a negative way. Multifamily, a similar pattern.
If I can ask you a question about the pricing of these starter homes, I didn't see any discussion or mention of interest rates because people buy homes they can afford to pay for monthly. And
Yes.
isn't price influenced by interest rates?
It is, and right now, of course, we're in a favorable interest rate regime, but who knows where that will be going here in coming months. But we haven't looked at that in particular. I did mention that while interest rates are currently low, the credit standards are not. Actually, even though interest rates are low and theoretically people could qualify more easily, the equity requirements have gone up on average, and the access to credit is actually considerably harder than it was a decade ago. Multifamily follows a similar pattern. The office, again, shows that the current fee structures in the Southeast and Southwest are exceeded by the standards that we've applied. And again, retail development shows a similar pattern. Generally speaking, for small retail, the fee levels are not too high. The reason why in the Southwest that number seems so low is because it was a council choice to not charge too much to stimulate that retail development in the Southwest area. Some conclusions, and then we can open the discussion up. Early in the discussion, somebody raised the topic of the revised methodology for your sewer and water demand fees. That revised methodology, while maintaining the integrity of the sewer and water financing overall, reduced the fees on single-family development by between $9,000 and $22,000, depending on lot size. So substantial fee reduction was put in place. If those numbers had been included in our numbers here, what I was showing you a moment ago would look considerably worse. So that was a good move on the city's part to restructure that and, again, maintain the integrity of the program. And there may be other opportunities, as we've discussed, to do that same thing.
Excuse me. Did we see any uptick in development because of that?
No. Yes, and that's a very good point. When you have weak demand, and this certainly around the state, and you may have seen this, but certainly we did because we were involved in this all over, we're saying, well, geez, it's 2010. If we just lower our fees, maybe we'll get some development. Well, a lot of cities did that, and there was very little uptick. When you have demand being as weak as it was, lowering fees just straight ahead as an economic development strategy isn't necessarily a good idea. Not to say that you shouldn't keep things in line, but it certainly didn't work at that period because other factors much more dominant than that. A couple of other conclusions here.
Sure. Ms. Cohn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm looking again at the fees per single-family dwelling unit. And I'm thinking about the pie chart that showed the total costs, construction costs, land costs being significant. So if in the Southwest and the Southeast, and I'm looking at slide 42, if in the Southwest, Southeast specific plan area, the price of, for example, land, and this is may or may not be accurate, just if the price of land were smaller, would that bring the feasibility up?
Yes.
Even though the fees themselves are there?
Yes. Yes, and that's in my
So the various effective land cost on each of these measures is not there. So cheaper parts of the city and more expensive parts of the city.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, yes, and that's what I was trying to do in this chart here, is to demonstrate the fact that there is, when push comes to shove, land will become cheaper or more expensive. And
Okay.
but there's a certain point at which that doesn't work anymore.
Okay. Now, my understanding also is that people often choose, for example, to not live in San Francisco because it's expensive there. So they move a certain distance away, and then they incur transportation costs. Is at any point in any of this discussion, will we see that as a factor? Because typically it isn't just housing cost, but it's housing plus transportation cost that people are actually looking at when they're making purchasing decisions.
It's, when you look at the composition of labor force in Sonoma County and ask yourself the question, how many of those people are landing in San Francisco every day, it's a tiny fraction.
It's a very small, 70% of ours stay local.
Right.
Okay.
And if
but it's an impact on the home values in the other regions that you showed us because they don't have the transportation costs associated. So our home values, our values can be cheaper because they're not adding the...
Yes, again, certainly, if you, historically at least, you have this price gradient from San Francisco going out, but it's not always true that we've got a very complex region and high-priced housing exists on the margin, actually, of the Bay Area in various places. So it's a kind of, it's not...
we drive through Marin.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, exactly. It's not, it's not a clean equation. But,
okay.
But the point, though, that you're making remains an interesting one, which is that there is that relationship of transportation and housing value has traditionally been the case. But I don't think it's a big factor here in Sonoma County. Now, another thing we want to talk about in this feasibility consideration related to the planned development you have in, say, Roseland or in the downtown station area or in the Northwest specific plan that's been adopted. A lot of the development that's anticipated in those areas is carved out of the existing quote-unquote urban fabric. They used to call it redevelopment. Remember that? Doesn't exist anymore, but the problem remains. And the problem is of displacing existing commercial uses or residential uses in one fashion or another, which costs a lot of money. And so you might wind up in those infill areas or higher density areas with higher land costs, a kind of threshold, because you've got to displace an old factory or warehouse or something with this new development, and there's a kind of base level value to that you have to displace. Also, even though there may be infrastructure in place, and we did work on a couple of those specific plans, there's a lot of antiquated infrastructure in the ground, quite antiquated, 100-year-old pipes and such. So it's not as if you can get a free ride, if you will, by developing multifamily housing in the station area without improving, much as you're saying, the existing wet utilities at some considerable expense. Final point is that, again, I've said this a bunch of times, that a failure to invest in infrastructure can be the worst solution, because then you're basically deteriorating the quality of life for existing as well as new residents, and that's not a good outcome. We also make the point that even when, and this is an example of in the answering the other question there, even when fee levels fall below what we might call a theoretical standard, there may not be any development for a variety of other reasons. The final point we're going to make is that when we look at all this in a kind of a stewed kind of thing and say, what does this mean? What does it mean? And I think what it means, as far as I am concerned professionally, is that when we're going into this fee program, it doesn't occur to me that there's a lot of headroom. We may be moving around this program and doing things, but it's not as if we have the latitude to be doing substantial increases in fee revenues unless you're interested in making development even less feasible than it already may be. So then that raises the question about improving development feasibility. Clearly, as has been discussed and you've raised, this notion of looking at those infrastructure programs and figuring out ways to reduce those costs, either by changing the mix or prioritizing them over time, improving the capacity of the city to process development and perhaps make it a little easier to get things done, and improving the feasibility that way, streamlining, the same kind of thing, looking at creative sources of funding that may be done in partnership with development. A lot of these ideas we've been working on around the state in the wake of the loss of redevelopment, tax increment financing using the so-called Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. So we may be entering into, as a part of this program going forward, a kind of new way of looking at infrastructure financing in order to balance all of these various interests. And so just in summary, that's all I have, but we want to talk a little bit, and you raised this question earlier, what are we going to be doing at the next meeting? listening to some of the stakeholders, the development community, others, considering some of the options, some of the things you brought up. This is just a preliminary list, but there may be other things. I know the topic of a commercial linkage fee has arisen, so we may talk about that. A little bit about looking into the special tax district and where we want to go with that, and then receive direction from council, at least initially, and then go out and prepare the necessary profile of work to be done to respond to your direction.
Thank you, Mr. Keiser. Council, questions at this point before I move to public comment? Yes. So we'll move to oh, sure, go ahead.
I do have one question.
Okay.
When we were talking about pricing of various units, prior to that, you had alluded to household wages, if you will, household supporting wages.
Yes, yes.
But yet you didn't talk about that in terms of supporting what the price of new development would be.
Sure.
Why is that?
Oh, we could. I mean, we're just, at this point, just kind of touching on topics. If you would like to see, this is an example of, if you'd like more information about that particular topic, we're absolutely happy to provide that.
Well, do you think it's a proper subject if we don't, or if we do have the amount of jobs or purchasing power in the working and middle class to support development? Should that be considered as to?
Yes, I think so. And what we know is that at this time, that from an economic development standpoint, we have basically flat family incomes. Flat family incomes. When you have flat family incomes and increasing costs, I think that defines a problem. So the question then becomes, well, how, as a matter of public policy, might we influence that? So that gets us into the topic of economic development. If you don't increase family incomes one way or the other, you know, everything else kind of falls apart. So we think that there's a strong connection between this discussion and that topic of economic development, that is to say attracting good paying jobs that can support household formation that then improves both the incomes of existing as well as future residents.
So will that be addressed because I would agree with you that there is a strong tie-in on that. If the majority of the residents don't have that purchasing power,
right,
we can talk about relative fees all we want. They're not going to be able to buy.
That's correct. So then again, this is the kind of one of the aspects of this kind of a discussion, which is great, is the ability to kind of connect the dots between these different realms: economic development, infrastructure feasibility, and all that. So you raise a very good point. And what we want to do going forward is be cognizant of those connections for the very reason you bring up, which is you can solve a problem over here, and if you haven't solved this other problem, this solution will be not of a lot of utility. Yeah.
Okay, Council, I'm going to move to public comment at this point. Terry Shore. Terry is followed by Craig Lawson. And you can raise that podium, if you like, to the toggle switch on your right, lower right.
Thank you. That looks about right.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Terry Shore. I'm the North Bay Regional Director for Greenbelt Alliance. I wanted to first thank you all for holding these study sessions, and I do really appreciate the presentation by the consultant. I thought it was very informative. I'd just like to make some initial comments. We may make more comments as we get closer to the second study session. Initially, Greenbelt Alliance encourages the City of Santa Rosa to establish housing impact fees at the highest possible level based on the results of the Nexus study that you're going to be doing to be able to encourage the development of affordable homes. The city should consider establishing both a commercial as well as the residential housing impact fee. These different fees approach the affordability crisis from different angles, and they both are important tools. In fact, it's been found that having these types of fees not only help the city to fund affordable housing, but also allow you to leverage other types of state and federal funding resources. Greenbelt Alliance, in case you don't know us, advocates for public policy and planning that supports open space conservation and smart growth in the San Francisco Bay Area. In Santa Rosa, Greenbelt Alliance participated in the passage of and renewal of your urban growth boundary, the downtown and smart station area plans, and other planning and land use processes. We also encourage you to consider best practices when you are moving forward on considering the impact fees, the development impact fees, such as, one, conduct a good nexus study and base the fee on the results of that study, establish a reasonable grandfathering period for projects in the pipeline. For example, Sunnyvale's fee took effect 90 days after adoption, the fastest route legally available. San Jose gave a 2-year grace period, which is, in our view, too long. Adjust the fee annually based on the consumer price index. Revisit the nexus study and impact fee after around 5 years. And several good examples that Greenbelt Alliance is aware of around the Bay Area where they have utilized impact fees is Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and Emeryville, and we'd be happy to share more of that information with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson, and Mr. Lawson is being followed by John Lowry. Craig.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Craig Lawson, Cal Custom Building Services. I think before I go into the bullet points that I'm going to bring up which relate to the report, I'm sure you've all received a copy of the California Legislative Analyst's Office report on the high cost of housing. The report makes several comments on the need to drastically increase the supply of housing, and it talks about what's holding that back: fees, CEQA, and local regulations. So if you haven't, I encourage you to go back and read that report. Now I'll go to the specific items within the report for Mr. Keyser and for Mr. Regalia. On page 19, the 14th bullet says, recent growth trends indicate ABAG and the general plan may overstate growth likely to occur. That's exactly why we have high rents. Supply's not keeping up with demand. Build the necessary housing supply and we won't have a supply issue, thus driving down the cost of housing and rents. Page number 27, first bullet point. With the city's growth rate moderating, impact fees and other development-related funding has declined. As my kids used to say, well, duh, Dad. You want to turn around and have more housing units? You'll have more revenue. Page 27, sixth bullet. Sustaining and improving existing infrastructure will likely require cost controls, new local funding sources, and prioritization. Please spell out the potential and the new local funding sources. Page 36, second bullet. Fees, like other costs, do not directly influence prices. Market sets prices. This is the age-old battle. Fees are similarly high in neighboring jurisdictions. Their prices will rise as well. If every jurisdiction lowered its fees 20%, prices would decline. Builders would be making the necessary profit to satisfy the risk, and in order to maintain the competitiveness, they would lower their prices and others would follow suit. Page 40, fourth bullet. Wetlands and endangered species regulations affect development fees in portions of Santa Rosa. This is one everybody knows and understands, but we don't quite comprehend. The added costs are often unknown and in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It'd be nice if we studied this a little more. Page 41, first bullet. Single-family dwellings at current market median is below the threshold. That depends on the accuracy of the fee numbers, which we question. This also doesn't take into consideration the species, wetland costs. Once again, we need to study this more. Page 46, second bullet, fees within the practical threshold limits can reduce development feasibility, especially when weak market conditions prevail. Change can to will, because it will impact the market. I have one more, but I will defer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. John Lowry. Mr. Lowry is followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Good afternoon. Once again, I'm John Lowry. Have a couple of comments related to fees. It certainly was expressed a concern that fees will dampen the feasibility of development, housing development. And I think this is, oh, okay, sorry about that. I think this is particularly true for affordable housing and particularly true for smaller units, because as a building or a unit becomes smaller, the percentage of cost represented by fees increases. I've put together a little proposal, an idea for discussion having to do with a shift to a change in impact fees being charged on a per square foot basis or on an area basis. I know the devil's in the details and there's a lot more to talk about here, but it would dramatically reduce the fees paid per unit by smaller affordable units, and at the same time produce an overall revenue on a per acre basis that exceeds what's currently charged to single family homes. So I think this could be a compromise and be seen as something of a win-win for affordable housing and for public infrastructure. In any case, I look forward to talking with you some more about it, and I'll leave you a copy over here, and I'll catch up with you all later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Dwayne DeWitt. Did Dwayne leave the chamber? I believe he did. Those are all the cards that I have in front of me at this point. Bring it back to the council. Council, final questions or comments? Mr. Schwarthelm.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question, and this might be for you, Chuck. In looking at the presentation, and by the way, I really appreciate all this information. I know this council had received some feedback from developers regarding granny units and the prohibitive costs of doing those. But yet I didn't see that anywhere in the charts, like on page 29. How do those factor into that?
I think there's sorry. The place where we're going to look at, where I believe we want to look at granny units and the fee effect is during our affordable housing study sessions that are coming up in October and November. We can also, what we need to do with this project when we get out, when we have a proposal and we're actually looking at it, we want to make sure that we have made the fees correct based on the amount of demand that a second unit places. And what the comment that Mr. Lowry just made is that comment about second units and smaller units. The other thing that we want to deal with second units is that much of the extra cost for second units relate to things like fire sprinkler requirements, things like that are a part of state law that adds a significant cost, and we will cover those issues during the affordable housing discussion. If that.
So I guess the question I had is that I hear your explanation, but that is another fee for, I guess it'd be a single family or even a multifamily. I guess I just have an interest in making sure that is part of this Nexus study, because it did seem, the feedback I heard from the developer, that is the single reason that is cost prohibitive, another $60K to have a granny unit with roughly the same footprint.
The current fees for second units are based on the smallest multiple family unit that we have. The costs, and again, we will look at that, we will review it, to answer directly your question, we'll look at it and make sure it's still the necessary cost. And then the council will be able to set that cost.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to make one comment about that. Again, part of this, I mentioned earlier this notion of connecting dots. You have policy objectives like affordable housing, you have policy objectives like paying for infrastructure. Somehow in this discussion, we want to link those up. And just like we did in Southwest when we decided to restrain the fees as applicable to a small retail development, it's not out of the question that in a fee program that you can either exempt or lower fees below the nexus amount, so long as you figure out a way to fund that. So that's some direction. That's part of this whole discussion, is mixing these things up, linking them, and understanding them. We will, going forward in this program, we would certainly recommend that sort of thing happen.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I see that Dwayne DeWitt has joined us. He had submitted a card.
when the council has completed their comments.
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. They go to a couple of points that Mr. Lawson brought up, specifically the idea of coordination and collaboration with other counties and communities. I'd like to see, if it's possible, what have the other communities here in Sonoma County done with their fees? Because the last thing I want to do is set off a trickle effect, whether it's up or down. And then to the broader perspective and the question of ABAG's involvement, how can we begin a conversation that says, okay, if we are getting serious, and we need to increase our supply, but Sonoma County can't do it alone. How do we encourage our colleagues there? And I was briefly asking Councilmember Combs if this was a conversation we might consider as our representative to ABAG.
So Councilmember Combs has just graciously introduced us to some folks at ABAG. We're going to be sitting down with a staff level conversation, and then I suspect that that's going to transition to a wider presentation to council to allow you all to ask those questions. But I think it's a very informative conversation that we need to have on a staff level too. So those are in motion, and as you see, there's a lot of interconnectivity in these conversations.
Oh, absolutely. My eyebrows about shot through my hairline when you told me that nobody will develop with rents where they are. And we've just come through a very heated conversation about where our rents are at. So I very much look forward to seeing what options we have available to us, but I want to make sure we're not operating in a silo. So I would like to see some collaboration, at least within the county. We know that it's more competitive, i.e. cheaper, up here than it is in Marin County, but I want to make sure it's coming out equitable for Santa Rosa as well as the broader public. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
And following up a little bit on that, last meeting, I think it was last meeting, when I gave an ABAG report, I mentioned that ABAG does have an online list of 30 housing ordinances and opportunities itemized as an Excel document by how different cities and counties are implementing this list to work on housing opportunities. So they have a list, and there are some resources there. I also have included, and that was in the last packet as well, was a printout of that Excel document. In this packet, I've asked staff to provide us with the Greenbelt Alliance's, and thank you for coming and speaking, impact fee comparisons with other cities in the Bay Area. And so that's in your packets also, and it also includes both the residential and the commercial impact fees, housing impact fees. But I don't see it specific to, for example, Sonoma County. So this is, it does have Petaluma, so we can compare with Petaluma, which does have a commercial impact fee, by the way. So I have a couple of other questions besides sharing that tidbit. If fees are not passed on, so what I heard you say was fees are not passed on typically, that the market sets market rate, and that what we do to fees isn't passed on, but at least per page 40, slide 46, it may affect the feasibility of the project. So.
Correct.
Okay.
Again, different people will debate about this issue of cost. One time when I was working on this, and I said, well, if we lower this fee, will you lower your price? And the developer said, no. Okay. I said, well, okay.
So we've had fees lowered. We have a history of having fees lowered, and we didn't see prices go down.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. And the point that I think that Mr. Lawson was making was that if you have a regional effect, that is to say a competitive effect, it could, and this would be an example of where that could have an impact on price.
And per slide 47, if we lower fees, it may not stimulate building, if I understood that correctly, because of the nature of a weaker transitional economy.
Well, that's right. I mean, I guess what we're saying is that while we need to be sensitive about cost to promote development feasibility, it's not the only thing in the mix. The reason why you could tomorrow afternoon, you could eliminate all fees on office development in Santa Rosa. And I'm pretty sure that no one's going to show up with an application the next day. Pretty sure about that, because the market, the demand is so weak. It's a demand problem. But then so it just
the demand, we don't, I believe we don't have a demand problem in the rental market.
Well, now again,
because we have a 1.5% vacancy rate.
Now you have to understand that an economist defines demand as the ability to pay.
Right.
So
okay. So we're put in a Goldilocks position here, where we're looking at the porridge, and if the fees are the porridge, if it's too high, there are impacts or not. If it's too low, there are impacts or not. But I think what I heard you say, if I read these notes correctly, is that it doesn't matter. That we have a different set of problems that are not related to the heat of the porridge.
It does matter. It's just not the only thing that matters. I don't want to say it doesn't matter. I think it does matter. I think that you have to be sensitive to the impacts of these fees. But there are many other things in the mix. So it's just part of a complex situation, ignoring the fact that...
So when I was thinking about this naively, I had made some guesses that it might make sense to lower fees in one area and raise them in another to stimulate one area and not stimulate the other area. What I'm hearing from you is that I don't have those levers to stimulate or not stimulate with the fees.
When the fundamental problem is large, the margin that is influenced by that is just not enough to overcome the fundamental problem. That's the issue. So where are we on that margin? So just to be clear, there may be circumstances, and let me just use an example, where you say, gosh, to the question that was raised earlier about second units, as a matter of policy, if you decided, gosh, we really want those, that's a really good way of providing affordable housing, and that's more important to us than some fee revenue. So we're going to eliminate fees on second units. You could do that. And it very well may be because of the economics of that type of project that would have a stimulating effect. Okay. So I think you have to look at this on a topic-by-topic basis and decide. There's no single answer.
Okay, when you come back with the Nexus study, will you be letting us know where the opportunities are or not? Is that a part of doing, not you, but the RFP?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's an when somebody comes back with the Nexus, because if I understand correctly, the way current construction of affordable housing goes, some fee reductions might be effective in, say, the 60% income zone, and that $350 mark for a single-family unit, that may be an effective place, but it's not going to develop us more 30% income zone housing because the gap is just too big.
That would be correct. That's the way you frame that is good, and that's an example.
Okay, thank you.
The other challenge, as Mr. Keyser said, if you elect for policy reasons to reduce or not charge fees to certain types of development, you can't then put those costs onto the other development to subsidize that, just like the discussions with Prop 218.
So I can't do that.
No.
I mean, you can charge different fees potentially in different areas if there's a nexus, but what you can't do is, for example, citywide say, because we want affordable housing, we're going to waive fees to incentivize affordable housing and then charge market rate housing more fees than is justified on the nexus to subsidize affordable housing. Okay. You'd have to subsidize it either by some other means, and in the past, that's been by redevelopment or funding that we get from state and federal sources, which is not as frequent as it used to be. So that's part of the challenge. So as Mr. Keyser said, while you can certainly make those choices, then it impacts the infrastructure and the ability to build the infrastructure.
And my last question, I'm still thinking about the 500 homes example where we come up 50% short. And I'm trying to sort out what's normal for coming up short. What do other cities come up? How short do other cities come up? Do we know? I understand that this was sort of a made-up example. Do you know
I
where
would
I'm
say
going with
it would
that?
depend on how honest they're being. I have to be blunt about that. I think there are lots of ways we can get into conversations, and eventually there's going to be questions about prioritization. Those are going to be important questions that the council is going to have to wrestle with. I think that those are the long-term, exciting, challenging efforts that this council can engage in, is actually looking at these opportunities and how we're going to address these opportunities long-term.
Right.
Thank you.
That's good.
Mr. Corsi. Thank you. I want to start by going back to my first question about stakeholders and just encourage all of us to understand that the building community is not the only stakeholder here. We're talking about a $500 million shortfall in fee revenues that affects everybody in this community. And when people buy houses and rent apartments, they're paying these fees too. So let's keep the stakeholder pool as broad as possible. I want to thank staff and Mr. Keyser for a really interesting and good presentation. I think that this is great information for all of us to have, all of us, not just us, but the community to have. Really appreciate the breadth here. It seems to me that, well, the complexity of this is, you could go anywhere, but I come down to a couple of things. And that's trying to figure out, and I don't know if this is where we can get, but if this Nexus study can help us figure out a structure of our fees that gets us what we want as a community. And what I'm coming down to is, can we use fees to attract good jobs? Can we use fees to incentivize more affordable housing? If I'm doing my math correctly, and I was a journalism major, so it's really dangerous when I start doing math, but if average rent is $1.84 a square foot and it needs to go to $2.50 a square foot to encourage development of multifamily housing, that's an increase of more than 30%. Fees are only 10%. We could get rid of the fees and we're still short a huge amount of money, so that the fees aren't going to do it. But can we incentivize the kind of housing that we may be looking for? And I think Mr. Lowry mentioned one idea, which is having lower fees for smaller apartments. And I think that we need to look at those kind of things. The other thing that strikes me is that fees, except when we change them every 10 years, they don't go up and down with the market. Is it possible to have fees that are a percentage of the sale price or market value, or the fees do go up and down with the value?
No.
It's not possible to do that.
That is a violation of Prop 13, basically. That would be an ad valorem, effectively ruled as an ad valorem tax.
Okay, well, that simplifies things.
Because I thought that we could put a tag of CPI on it.
Oh, sure. You can make them go up, and they can go up and down by CPI, but that doesn't necessarily track with market conditions. I mean, there are ways that you can, there may be ways, and you raise a good question, which we can certainly write down and consider, which is, what do you do in a hot market? What do you do in a cool market? Can you do something? And their answer is perhaps some. For example, in the South Bay, where they have these very hot markets, they're talking about community benefits. They're basically creating an additional tier on the fee base to take advantage, effectively, of those strong market conditions. And perhaps they might abandon those policies. But that raises questions of equal protection. It raises all sorts of complicated questions. So, but I do think that it is a valid question to look at how do you sustain the inevitable ups and downs of the market.
Okay. I won't go on here. I did see a few nodding heads out there when I asked if we're going to see some ideas about how to use our fee structure to get better jobs and more affordable housing. Let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. I'll just echo some of the comments. I do agree that with such a large shortfall, that does mean everybody in this town is a stakeholder. And I would encourage us to reach out because it will affect everyone's level of service and or fees paid. It just strikes me of an intergenerational inequity when we have fees being charged to some of the undeveloped parts of town. And perhaps that tells me that in past developments, we haven't charged enough and we're charging that through capital or operating budgets. And I would like to explore that if possible, because to me, it's a little bit of a drawbridge. We got in, we didn't have to pay, you have to. I don't know how fair that is. And then I do like the idea floated by Mr. Lowry about the impact fees by square footage, because that could encourage granting units, which I think as public policy, I would be favorably inclined to. I think we have a lot of potential in our community for that. It's certainly not an easy discussion. I did allude to purchasing power and how that affects it by our community members. I don't know how that's going to be impacted in this discussion, but I do feel it's very important. It's more than just what can developers afford to build, because they'll build whatever they can sell and make a profit. And if that means that our people that are going to be working to serve others in the community have to travel longer distances, that means more infrastructure. How do we fund that? And that won't be necessarily in our county's fee structure, but we'll be bearing the load. I don't know how we address that, but that is a question. So that, and I know the Greenbelt Alliance rep did refer to that, because that's part of the quality of life. So I look forward to continuing this discussion and hopefully solving it to the community's benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveris?
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent presentation. I think this lays a great foundation for part two. And if they were giving out continuing education credits, I think everybody here and everybody watching, I think earned at least 2, because this was very informative. So thank you for the very detailed presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Carlstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming back to me. This is probably a question more for the city attorney and potentially the city manager. Even in my time here on the council, we have lowered fees and for our efforts been rewarded by getting sued. So how are we managing that for this? I want to be clear, I'm not at all opposed to making this study, but we've run afoul in the past and I don't want us to do it again.
So there's always the risk when you increase fees. Usually you don't expect to get sued when you lower them, but that did happen, and so far we have prevailed in that litigation, and that's now going to go up on appeal. But the way that you try to insulate yourself is by following the rules, as Mr. Keyser said, that are set forth in the Mitigation Fee Act and the cases, to show that there is a nexus to those types of things.
Okay.
And I think it also is going to be part of our conversation to expand and get the community involved in the conversation as we go through the Nexus study officially. How do we tap into the community so they're aware of where we're going? When we come to some hard and fast decisions, communicating those hard and fast decisions so folks understand. There's always going to be a challenging conversation about when something, as was shared here, is starting. And so those will always be, you end up in the 90-day to 2-year conversation, and that's where your expertise will be brought to the table.
And I think the other thing, too, to be mindful of is to, as Vice Mayor said, look at the circumstances are changing and decide when is the appropriate time that we need to do a new Nexus study. If there's a dramatic change in the marketplace, if suddenly we're in the middle of a building boom, then even if it hasn't been 5 years, we may want to do a new Nexus study. But again, as you're looking at cost benefit, there's a cost, they're not cheap to do, and you also risk the potential litigation, but there may be benefits. And just like, as they've said, we haven't looked at some of our fees in 10 years because we went through the recession, we were slashing our budgets, we were cutting our core services, so that was not a high priority at that point in time. So again, I think we just have to be mindful when's an appropriate time to revisit that and be vigilant about making sure that it is keeping pace with what the current conditions are and what the policy goals are of the City Council. So you're not tied necessarily to 5 years, But you can't just do it every single year. That'd be cost prohibitive. But you do have the flexibility to do it when those circumstances change.
That was my follow-up question, was just to double check that we are not outside the recommended time period for revision. Okay. There's no audible recording, but he nodded in the affirmative.
Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt, and I'm from Roseland, and I specifically want to thank these nice gentlemen that just gave that nice report. Specifically, Mr. Regalia and Walt basically introduced me to wonkdom. 21 years ago, I was just a guy from Roseland, and I was like, why is this happening? And then they gave us the Southwest Area Fee Study. And the Southwest Area Fees have been with us for 20 years. And it's been interesting to follow some of these discussions, but the Southwest area is not so much better. So today I have something that may surprise you, because I want you to lower the fees, okay? I think where you're at right now has been actually hindering things. Do you know the 3 tallest buildings in Santa Rosa? Right across the street, Bethlehem Towers. Right down that street, Silvercrest. Housing, affordable housing for the elderly. Nobody's really pitched a squawk about that. They've been there for all those 20 years. The city of Santa Rosa owns land. You folks want to incentivize? Mr. Corsi said, hey, what kind of housing do we want? All right, earlier I saw the presentation, did the thing about smart growth. And there's a smart train coming to town too. And there's a 5-acre site over there. There's a meeting tomorrow where you folks could be down there talking with them and saying, hey, we're willing to have buildings that are 10 stories tall. We've already done it in our town. And you could use the land that you own just right over here at the old White House site and say, hey, there's another site. You could go over next to the General Hospital, right over here, the block as they call it, in the redevelopment agency that now is Economic Development and Housing, and they've been working to consolidate that and have a project go forward in the future. So you folks already get lots of money through different situations. There's just been an inefficiency in the way the money is applied. Specifically, close to my heart is the parks fees, okay? The way this town works, you don't get a new park unless parks fees come from new development to help pay for the parks. So over in Roseland, for 20 years, we've been trying to get the parks, but there's not been the development to provide them. So who bought the parkland? Sonoma County taxpayers through the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District. A nice thing, but it would have been a lot better if we'd worked out some kind of an efficient funding situation here within the city. You got the Nexuses, you got the Wonk Masters. Those guys know, man. I got my original copy, my 1994 Southwest Area Fee copy. I don't sleep with it, but I got to tell you, I know the numbers, and it didn't work out. So here we are right now. Here these guys are. We go to the next study session, and they come back and they say, hey, we've looked at how to use your land to get the housing you want on the spots that we got here now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Regalia. Thank you, Mr. Keyser. Really informative rollout in our Nexus study. And so thank you for a very in-depth conversation, council, good questions, and I look forward to our next steps. We will take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to our regular meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council for August 18th. Would you announce the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Let the record state that all council members were present with the exception of Councilmember Carlstrom, who stepped away from the dais.
Thank you. I'm sure she's on her way. Could you announce the closed session, please, Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met with legal counsel regarding one pending litigation as identified in the agenda. There is no action to report at this time.
Thank you very much. And Mr. McGlynn, could you report on the study session?
We completed the first study session on development impact fees in preparation for the issuance of an RFP. The second study session will be held on September 22nd.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We do have two proclamations this afternoon. The first one is for Employee Fund Drive Month. And I believe, Mr. Schwedhelm, do you have this one? Now I've forgotten who I gave what.
Show some confidence, Your Honor.
Do you have the one I gave you, or this you? Okay, good.
I have a proclamation for the Employee Fund Drive.
Excellent.
Is that what you're looking for?
That's the one I'm looking for.
And do we have a couple folks coming? Oh, you're blending in.
It's the color of the day. Makes me want a Frito.
I'm holding back, Sean, but it looks good on you. Okay, so we're going to, my distinct pleasure to read this proclamation. Whereas it is a goal of the City Council and City staff to commit to making Santa Rosa a healthy community where people feel safe to live, work, and play. And whereas to further this goal, each year the City partners with United Way of the Wine Country to hold a month-long employee fund drive with the proceeds being donated to the City's designated charitable organizations, which are United Way of the Wine Country, Community Health Charities, and Earth Share of California. And whereas City staff volunteer time, energy, and monies in a variety of ways, such as the online silent auction, where City employees donate goods and services for others employees to bid on, a free kickoff breakfast and fundraising luncheons, raffles for cash, and gift baskets donated by City employees, with proceeds from all aforementioned events being donated to the partner organizations. And whereas City staff may participate by payroll deduction, wherein they automatically donate a portion of their salaries to the charitable organizations of their choice. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa partners with the County of Sonoma to sponsor and participate in the annual Day of Caring, which includes opportunities to donate to the Redwood Empire Food Bank, Goodwill Industries, and Free Bookmobile of Sonoma County, donate blood to Blood Source, and volunteer time to improve conditions in parks, clean up creeks, provide trail maintenance, remove graffiti, and perform maintenance, painting, landscaping, and gardening at local nonprofit agencies. And whereas the annual Employee Fund Drive could not grow and thrive without the dedication of City staff and support of the City Council, now therefore be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September to be the 2015 Employee Fund Drive Month.
Kate, a few words, or who's representing today? All right, excellent.
Okay, now we're on. So good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer and members of the council. I am Kimberly Zanino, and I'm the revenue manager for the City of Santa Rosa. And this is Kate Goldfein. She's the Administrative Services Officer for Economic Development and Housing. And this is mine and Kate's fourth year running the Employee Fund Drive. And so we're back again to start off the fund drive with this proclamation to proclaim that September is Employee Fund Drive Month. We also have with us today Sylvia Lemus from the county. So she's sitting with us. She's the coordinator for Day of Caring. In addition, we also have Mary Bigelow and Rusty Smith with us from the United Way. They're our representatives from United Way. And they make sure that we have everything we need to run the campaign and to get payroll deduction set up. And we have a lot of really great campaign leaders. However, I only see one in the audience. So Catherine up there. She's one of the staff that helped us out. So we will be holding many events again this year. We're going to kick off the month with an employee appreciation breakfast. Then we will hold 2 lunches, one at the Stony Point facilities and then one at City Hall. And then we're also participating in the Day of Caring, which is on Wednesday, September 9th this year. And then we also have our yearly silent auction, which I believe all of you have received a personal invitation to participate in this year. So if you have any items that you would like to donate, or if you would like to bid on items, please, you can let either Kate or I know, or Catherine, who runs the employee silent auction, and we'll get you set up so that you can do that. So all of these events are a great opportunity for our employees to learn more about the Employee Fund Drive and to give back to our community by participating in them. And this year, we really want to focus for our staff on payroll deductions. We want to really get the word out about how easy it is to do a payroll deduction. It's a one-time option that you have to pick, and then there's no more effort required unless you make a decision to change your payroll deduction. It's tax deductible, and it provides great resources and assistance to those in need. And a small donation goes a long way in our community. So those regular small donations really do make a difference for our community. And we want to especially point out to and let staff know that they can donate to any organization they choose as well. So as long as they have a charitable ID number that's federal, you can go ahead and donate to that. So we really want to get that word out to our employees this year. And then this month really just can't happen without volunteers, and it takes a lot of them. So most importantly, our campaign leaders, although there's only one here, there are several of them, and we can't do the work without them. They work really hard, they make the events fun, and they make them all run very smoothly. We also have other staff that just donate money and time, and they also donate many of the items that go into the silent auction and all the raffles that we raffle off at all the different events that we do. And then we also, like we said, partner with the county in the Day of Caring, which is a great community event where hundreds of people from different agencies and businesses donate their time and a little bit of their sweat to get out and make a difference in our community. And this year, our city manager is going to be out there. So we're looking forward to seeing him with a shovel or a paintbrush.
Just don't let him hike, okay?
And then we also have 53 other staff members who have signed up and are going to be out there working for our community. So finally, Kate and I just really want to say thank you. None of this event can happen unless we have the support of our executive staff, our city manager, and all of you. And so we really just want to say thank you for letting our employees be able to make this effort and encouraging everyone to give back to the community in this outreach event. So thanks again for your support. We're going to pass out a schedule of the events for you. So I will give them to Stephanie and she'll hand them out to you. You have your fancy t-shirts. So thanks very much.
Thank you. You guys always do such a great job. I know that the staff will be very responsive, the council will be responsive, and we'll look forward to increasing our numbers over last year.
Thank you.
Thank
that
you.
would be great.
Thanks.
Mayor, can I just, if I could just add a comment. Just again, I really appreciate your spirit of the Employee Fund Drive. Having been involved with previous ones, it seems like the last 20 years, the spirit that you guys bring in these different events, it really has made a difference. When you've made it easy for people to donate and make a difference, but you've really made a lot of fun. So I really appreciate the efforts because it doesn't happen by accident. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well said. Thank you. Our next proclamation is National Drive Electric Day, and Councilmember Wysocki has this proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And the recipients are coming down. Thank you.
Okay, I'm very pleased and proud to read this City of Santa Rosa proclamation. Whereas the 5th annual National Drive Electric Week, formerly National Plug-in Day, will be held in cities coast to coast September 12 to 20th, 2015. The goal of the event, organized by Plug-in America, Sierra Club, and the Electric Auto Association, is to raise the awareness of electric cars. And whereas the celebration has been expanded from its original day to a week to reflect the growing popularity of electric cars, which offer Americans more affordability, convenience, and advantages. The event in Santa Rosa is open to the general public and is free to attend. The purpose of the event is to introduce electric vehicles to the general public in hopes of promoting and educating how electric vehicles are better for the environment, reduce our dependence on oil, and in many cases promote local jobs. And whereas owners of electric vehicles will show their cars and answer any questions that the public has about driving electric vehicles, and vehicles will be available for test drive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, do hereby proclaim September 13, 2015 is National Drive Electric Day.
Comments?
Sure, thank you.
You could lift that up. There you go.
Thank you, Councilmember Wysocki, for reading our proclamation, to the mayor and everyone on the council and staff for putting that together. As was said, this is the fifth year for Drive Electric Week, fourth year that we've been hosting something here in Sonoma County, and third time here in Santa Rosa. We had a great turnout last year at Cottingtown, and we're going back again this year. So I invite every member of the public and to come on down and see what driving electric vehicles are all about on September 13th. There'll be car dealers there to host test drives. We gave about 60 test drives last year, and we're really expecting to ratchet that up this year. So I think you probably all know that achieving the goals for the Climate Campaign 2020 are very tough to achieve, and transportation is a significant part of that, and the more folks we can influence into driving electric will be a big way to help out our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck with your event. Thanks. We have no staff briefings. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report this afternoon?
Yes. The Neighborhood Revitalization Program would like to invite our council members and residents from South Park and Aston Avenue to join us in our neighborhood drop-off, cleanup, and barbecue. It is scheduled for Saturday, August 29 from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Dumpsters will be provided by North Bay Recycling and Collection and will be located in the parking lot of the Bennett Valley Senior Center for residents of these neighborhoods. Volunteers for the Newhall Bike Path cleanup will meet at 9 a.m. at the Senior Center. A hot dog barbecue will be provided at the south lawn of Martin Luther King Park from 11:30 to 1 p.m. Additionally, the Stony Point Road reconstruction and widening Phase 2 from Sebastopol Road to Hearn Avenue is scheduled to begin on Monday, August 24th. Construction activities along the corridor are expected to slowly ramp up over the next several weeks as the contractor, Bay City's Pavings and Gradings of Concord, mobilizes equipment, establishes on-site staging and storage areas, and begins utility improvements. In addition, the city, county, and county crews recently resurfaced 660 feet of the city's portion of Hall Road. The fog seal, which is a chip seal overlaid by a slurry seal, I'd say that 10 times fast, is not a common road maintenance practice for the city. Since this treatment is very cost-effective, city staff has been very interested in conducting a pilot test to monitor its performance, durability, and public acceptance. We appreciate the county's willingness to work with us on the project.
Thank you very much. Sure, Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Mr. City Manager, for that report. The slurry seal, if you would, and I'm glad the county's helping, they just did a recent one on Hall Road. They've done this for many years. They have gotten a lot better at it. So please thank them for that. But I would like to see them continue to use their expertise as they just displayed on Hall Road, not some of their earlier events, which were like driving over a hedgerow. But
I think we've noted that, and I'll make sure it's passed on to Jason.
Actually, I believe that the Hall Road extends down to Fulton, and that's was that what you were talking about, Mr. City Manager?
It's the city's portion of Hall Road, so I think it's split between us and the county.
So it's both, and I've ridden my bicycle out there in both directions, and it's a big improvement over past chip seal operations. Job well done. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, any report?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Statements of abstention by council members. Anyone abstaining from anything this evening? Seeing none, thank you very much. Moving on to council members' reports. Anything to report, council members? Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, we didn't have an SCTA meeting this month, but the council received an email from one of our constituents about the southbound 101 at 3rd Street metering ramp, and this person was very concerned about its operations. And Rob Sprinkle from our staff got back to him, and I forwarded the response on to the director of SCTA because of their staff that liaise directly with Caltrans, just to make sure that we had accurate information. And it just brought to mind a great reminder for members of the public with respect to the metering at 101 and 12. Any of the 101 northbound, southbound metering lights, if you have concerns about them, if they're not working well, certainly please send them to us, but you can also send them to Caltrans's public information officer, who is Alan Amsk, and the email is Alan, that's ALLYN.amsk, AMSK, @dot.ca.gov. We obviously don't have any jurisdiction over the metering lights, but I hear about them a lot. So I thought I would just pass that information out to the public. Once again, he's Alan Amsk. He also of the College Avenue Whiting Project. So I'll have a more full SCTA update for you next month. And just briefly had the opportunity, as I understand you, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Combs, to attend the museum expansion opening. I was a shift behind you guys and got to take my little guy, and it was a beautiful, beautiful space.
Yeah, it is indeed. Thank you. Any other reports this afternoon, council members? Sure, Mr. Wysocki.
Real quick, I attended the Ceres Project fundraising event Saturday night. For those that don't know about the Ceres Project, this project feeds either terminal or very ill patients in our communities, teens doing the gardening and preparing the food. It's a fantastic project, and it started in Sebastopol. I understand it's going to be expanding into Santa Rosa and nationwide, but Senator McGuire was there, and just really good to see a lot of people doing good for our community and for those that are in time of crisis.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Moving on to 10.2, for clarification for members of the public, so you are aware, we will not be discussing the items specifically this evening regarding the Bodine asphalt plant. What we will be discussing this evening is, or this afternoon, is whether or not to place it on the agenda and the scope, future agenda, and the scope of that discussion. If it is voted on to place it on the agenda, what that discussion may look like. So that being so you will know that we will not be getting into a conversation about it this evening, other than the scope of the conversation. And Madam or Ms. Combs, you have 10.2.
So we've received a lot of correspondence, and over the last few years, I think we've heard some confusion regarding the legal non-conforming use and the certificate for how the plant is allowed or not allowed to operate and what the conditions are. And we also have a code enforcement complaint, I think, under current investigation. So I would like to suggest that we bring forward as a future item, when it can be reasonably brought forward, to receive a report about the certificate of legal nonconforming use, the details regarding what is legal and not legal for that occupancy within the certificate. For example, hours of operation, volume of material that can be processed, height that the material can be, area the material can cover. There's a ranging set of confusions about that. So I'm asking that we bring that forward, and if possible, the information about the code enforcement complaint, when it's possible to do so without interfering with the complaint process.
So I'm hearing that as a motion.
Yeah, that's trying to be a motion.
Okay, and I would entertain a second at this point.
I offered the second initially, and I will do so here. And I want to be clear that I'm doing so because of the overwhelming amount of responses that we've gotten from the members of the community. I don't have an opinion on this at this point. I want to hear what's going on, what the outreach has been, what the conversations between the parties have been. And I'd like us to be able to have that conversation so that we can demonstrate that we're listening to a group of neighbors and also an existing business within our community. I'd like us to be able to hear both sides of what's going on so that we can intercede where necessary and maybe help facilitate a resolution that works for both sides.
Thank you, Ms. Carlstrom. Council, questions before I move to public comment? Okay, sure. Mr. Wysocki.
Is it anticipated in this motion that any and all matters of correspondence received be included in that future discussion? And I specifically refer to the granting of the previous conditional use permit received yesterday by council. Is that anticipated in your motion and in the second?
I'm sorry, what did we receive yesterday that you're including? I'm looking at, we received, oh yes, the correspondence from,
The
I
retired
believe it's a
code,
she, Sam Lynch,
the retired code enforcement officer.
our retired code enforcement officer. Yes, I think that should be included.
Thank you.
So I'll move to public comment at this time. David Petritz? Sorry.
David Petritz, representing Sonoma County Conservation Action, 540.
A little closer to the mic. There you go.
Is that okay?
There you go.
David Petritz, Sonoma County Conservation Action, 540 Pacific Avenue, and the largest environmental advocacy group in the county. Over the past decade, SCCA has been active on concerns related to the Bourdin asphalt expansion, and this it's a non-conforming heavy industrial use. And this included, in terms of the transit-oriented TOD district that includes that area. Recently, we've been canvassing in the West End and adjacent neighborhoods and have been very impressed by the overwhelming number of concerns concerning the noise, concerning the soot, concerning the odor that residents have indicated in that area. And we urge you very much to agendalize this items that Council Member Combs has put forth. We'd also encourage you to take a look at the study that was done on noise. As I understand it, a certified study by the West End neighborhood that confirms that there indeed are a number of noise violations associated with this plant. And yes, we really appreciate your efforts and think it's time that Bourdin be made accountable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next is Kevin Prine, followed by Alan Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kevin Prine, and I live on Ripley Street in Santa Rosa. When I came to Santa Rosa 12 years ago, the Bourdin asphalt plant was an eyesore and a polluter. Over the years, it has become steadily worse. More dust and filth, more foul odors, and more noise all the time. I became involved in our neighborhood's efforts to control these problems 3 years ago. With our group, Citizens for Safe Neighborhoods, I've been fighting ever since. The City Council has assisted Bourdin in its refusal to be accountable for the health risks of this fossil fuel burning facility. The City Council has decided the recent addition of 3 82-foot towers as minor maintenance so that, in the view of the Council, no environmental accountability is necessary. No environmental impact report is required. Apparently, the people of the West End neighborhood have no right to know what we are being forced to breathe. Bourdin and the City Council have told us that's none of our business. As a result, there is no standard that we can use to judge the extent of the danger we're being exposed to. A polluting business, a heavy industry in a residential neighborhood has freedom to operate without any constraints whatsoever. At one time recently, the city cited Bodine for numerous code violations and fined Bodine $125,000. And yet these fines were waived by the city, forgiven for reasons which have not been disclosed. In fact, on the day this workplace was incorporated within the city limits of Santa Rosa in the early 1960s, it was designated a non-conforming use. Over 50 years ago, it was already recognized as an unsuitable business. Yet the City Council and the Planning Department have allowed this business to grow enormously through the years, increasing its production 100 times over. Bodine has become a cancer in our midst. I had assumed that Bodine owned the property where it operates, but that is not the case. The property is owned by Hanson Aggregates, a multi-billion-dollar international corporation which specializes in maximizing the operations of underperforming businesses in the asphalt industry. Hanson Aggregates is closely involved with the operation at Bodine. The corporate monster is even paying Bodine's legal costs. We in the West End can't fight such enormous powers alone. We need the help of this council to have any hope of protecting ourselves and the rest of the city. Do the families and children of the West End have any hope for their future? Only you council members can answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas. Followed by Bill Williams.
Mayor Sawyer, City Council, thanks for taking this up. I appreciate it. It's kind of a cumbersome way of bringing things forward, but I appreciate the process. And I had sent an email the other day basically asking for this to be put on the agenda. Obviously, you can tell there's a little bit of frustration. There was a lot of frustration in the room 3 years ago when this item was brought forward. There's a lot of confusion out there about, what's going on. There's different agencies involved. There's the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. There's the North Coast Water Control Board that's involved with this. There's the City of Santa Rosa. There's use permits. There's legal nonconforming. There's a whole bunch of different things, but what we humbly request for the citizens of the West End is basically a review of the noise ordinance, and specifically the noise ordinance as it pertains to the 15 complaints or 20 complaints that were moved forward to community development. I'd also like to make sure that you utilize the study that we paid for. It was pretty expensive. Illingsworth and Rodkin out of Petaluma, they're a very qualified group that has done a lot of work in the development community. So if you have any questions, we can supply that document to you again to code staff. We'd also like all of the code complaints. I know Councilmember Combs and in the past, the city manager had referred to one code complaint. I think there's numerous code complaints, and I would like them all looked at, not just the one, and then have adjoining code complaints, because each code complaint is different depending on how close you are, the proximity to the source of the noise. And again, it's just about public transparency. We all may have different opinions about different things, but I think it's important to the process that we have all the information and we don't have select groups making decisions for all of us. I have no problem with people disagreeing with me, because a lot of people do disagree with me, but I want to have a discussion about it. So I submit that, and again, thank you for taking the time on this. And if I could just have all the people raise their hands so we don't have to have everyone come up and talk that are here to basically ask for a public review, I'd appreciate that.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And it is that very spirit of transparency and open government that we are going through this process to determine whether we place it on the agenda, and it will be on the agenda. Mr. Williams?
Bill Williams, I'm the general manager of Bodine Company. Mayor Sawyer and City Council members, good afternoon. About 4 weeks ago, I received a call from a code enforcement officer from Santa Rosa to inform me that a complaint or inquiry was put forward by a council member regarding potential code violations of our asphalt plant. Prior to that inquiry, it was my understanding that is my understanding that no complaints have been directed to the city's Code Enforcement Division in the last several years. However, since that time, 12 complaints that I'm aware of have been lodged, maybe more from what I just heard. As you know, in 2012, City Council approved our request for a use permit to construct 3 asphalt storage silos. This added storage was going to yield a number of benefits, some of which included energy efficiencies, reductions in odors and noise during nighttime paving operations. Regarding evening time noise, the logic was that by increasing storage, we'd be able to produce the product during the daytime hours and then simply load out the trucks under the silos at night, therefore shifting noise associated with production to the daytime hours. Since this inquiry, we've been gathering data to determine and compare how many hours we actually produced during the nighttime hours prior to the construction of the silos, and how many hours of production time took place after the addition of the silos. For instance, in the year 2012, which was prior to this addition of the silos, from January to today, August, the production plant ran 261 hours during the evening hours after 10 p.m. This year, from January to August, we operated 89 hours. This is a reduction of over 65% of production during the nighttime hours, which we would not have been able to do without the additional storage. Since the inquiry was filed, it appears we may be exceeding Santa Rosa's noise requirements, however. We have engaged a noise engineer to determine the specific sources of the noise. We will mitigate or attenuate the noise levels to ensure we are in compliance and remove any impacts that we may have upon our neighbors. The city has requested that we complete a noise analysis within the next 2 weeks. We will comply, which means we will be running the plant 1 or 2 nights in order to test the sound levels and determine which pieces of equipment are the culprits. Currently, we do not have any nighttime paving production scheduled for the next month or so, other than that. It has always been our hope to work with our neighbors to find solutions of any impacts we may have upon them. However, and unfortunately, any attempts we've made specifically to the leaders of the West End Neighborhood Association and the Citizens for Safe Neighborhoods, we've been told that they don't deal with such requests and to speak with their attorneys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yolanda Delgado.
Given my height, can I sit here?
No, you really need to come this side. Thank you, Ms. Delgado. You can drop that down. There you go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Delgado. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for hearing us. I am a neighbor of Bodine Asphalt Plant. We've complained in the past. We lived in the neighborhood for the past 15 years or so. And as the other people have said, my neighbors, this has been escalating. You know, the problems with the I liked what the other people talked about, live united, healthy, city, work, and play in Santa Rosa. We are not able to do so because we have this noise, this stench. Many times I have to call my children into the house during the day and tell them, you know what, I don't think you should be out there. It's not healthy for you. Close the windows, etc. I am a mother of 2 children, an 8 and 9-year-old girl. My husband is, and I, we work for the Santa Rosa Junior College as instructors. We really don't have much choice about where to live because my husband is legally blind. So in order for me to either drive him or for him to walk to work, you know, this is the area that's close to the junior college and works for us. So I really would like for you to hear more. I've been hearing a lot about whether the tests are going to be made by this company or that company, etc., and whether they have the expertise or not. I can only trust my ears. You know, at night, 2 in the morning, after sometimes the plant has not operated the whole day, and then at 2 in the morning, the loud noise, you know, waking you up. It's not only me, the neighbors on both sides. Unfortunately, they cannot come because many of them work or they are just finishing work, picking up the children, etc. Life goes on. However, this plant works 24/7, sometimes on a Saturday at 11 o'clock at night, yes. In our desperation, somebody said something about no complaints. In our desperation, we have even complaints. Sometimes we have called the police. And they say, sorry, you are not to complain with us, blah, blah, blah. So I emailed my complaint to you about 3 weeks ago or so, and other neighbors have done the same thing. It's really frustrating. We called over and over different people, and they say, sorry, you are not to complain with us. We are not, the ones. Again, I'm here also for my neighbors, Sharon, Randy, Erin, Susan, Debbie, Larry, and many of their children. Please stop this and don't let them burn more tires. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Those are all the cards I have. We have a motion and a second. It will be placed on a future agenda. And Madam
You need a vote of the council.
Oh, I just thought it required a second.
That was to put it on the agenda to vote on it.
That's right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Council, your votes? I'm sorry, Mr. I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. Mr. Olivares? Mr.
Yes,
Schweiger?
I guess I have some questions related to process of the city manager. I need an understanding of the process of the investigation process related to code compliance, I guess is what I'm looking for, what the public can expect. And I know that in the process of an investigation, something can be founded or unfounded, but even at that point, there may be a need for us to have some discussion in council related to some policy decisions too. So what would be the process of this type of investigation going forward? Because I'm trying to make sure that we're using the right processes and the right systems to get to where we want to be.
Well, we have a code. We have complaints that we're investigating right now. Once we complete the complaint and we get the finding from the complaint, we'll report out to council the finding of those complaints. That's the process we're engaged in right now.
So, and that is something that you would do by report to us here during your report, a memorandum? How would that happen?
Well, we'll figure out, we'll get that report out as quickly as possible. If the timing is such that it would come out, if it would be a council report out item, I can do that. But the reality is that we might fall on a day where we're not coming into council, so we want to get that memorandum out to council as soon as possible.
So, and would that come to us with potential recommendations or options for us?
Well, again, we're in a code complaint. We would review the code complaint. We will see where what is the issues, and we will tell you what we typically do a recommendation. That may lead to follow-up conversations and requests by council. We would be preparing at a future date to go through a series of conversations which will include whatever finding was determined during the complaint process. So you may give us further direction at that future meeting if that's what you all vote for today. So we'll be in a process that we're engaged in, which is about a code complaint. We'll get resolution, and then if you all vote, we'll bring back everything in a conversation with council at that time.
And I think that's what I'm trying to understand and grapple with here is that we have a process, and it's difficult for me to make a decision on what I want coming back or would agree to be coming back to this body for discussion if we don't know the results of that investigation yet, because it could be a lot of things. And I think even with whatever information you bring us back, it could be that you say there is not a violation, but you may want to consider X, Y, and Z. But I think what my point is that there will always be an opportunity for us to do that. That opportunity is not being taken away from us because you have a system in place for the investigation process.
No, it would not. But again, I think that there's some conversations about a code complaint, and then there was a request to review the sort of entire picture of how this activity has been approved. There's some other conversations. So again, I'm trying to parse through that instructive piece. We're in an investigation. willing to go wherever the council wants us to go with the future session. Likely, if there was a future session, I would expect that the resolution of whatever the code complaint would be part of that. Again, it is a conversation that is fluid, but you got to set the parameters on that future conversation. If you want to wait for the finding, I'm more than happy to wait for the finding, but that's what I'm looking for direction from council on.
So let me just clarify, there is a code enforcement process. So initially the process would be to investigate. Then the community development staff works with the person who is subject of the complaint to bring them into compliance. If they refuse to come into compliance, then they go forward in an administrative hearing process. An appeal from any administrative hearing process is through the courts, not to the city council. As a separate item, which doesn't mean that the council, as the city manager indicated, can't be informed of that process, but the city council generally does not play a role in a code enforcement action. What Ms. Combs has asked for is to have a study session to educate both the council and the public about the history of this site and why certain uses may or may not be allowed, and what the history of that is, and what to clarify for the community and for the council what rights exist or don't exist, which then could lead you into a discussion of what options, if any, you have available to the council to address any of those issues.
Got it, okay, because what is important to me is the transparency piece, is that the community understands what processes we do use when complaints do come in, and whether or not appeals are to this body or to a court system, so that there is some certainty going forward in the future. Okay.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we just be really specific for the people either watching or here? Who would they contact if they have a noise complaint?
That would be our code enforcement team. I don't know if I have the phone number with me right now, but we will endeavor to try to communicate as well to the community on that front, and we'll supply that to the council in case you're continuing to get inquiries about where to direct the additional code enforcement complaints. But the thing is that where we're bound is that there's a noise. There are different jurisdictional levels. We'll send out a clarifying email to the council about the process, about who to contact regarding what type of complaint, because again, we're dealing with noise complaints. There are odor complaints or air quality complaints. Those go to a different jurisdictional body, but we'll make sure we get that information out to the council so that they, as issues arise or inquiries come to council, that it's really clearly laid out.
And on that same note, I'm referring to the memo from Director Guin about the Regional Air Quality Management District. Do you know of any roles that we can play to help prioritize their investigation into air quality?
We can look into that. I mean, again, that's their jurisdictional authority. The council could always elect to send a strongly worded message about where that priority lies. Again, I would just say right now, we'll look at that matter and report out and see if there's any options for the council to consider.
So I guess my concern with it's a very real issue. If we have to wait for this other board, even our investigation, this is going on a regular basis. And I guess for me, where I'm struggling, I'm not sure if this is the forum to solve a community-wide problem. I would envision something where we could actually have conversations in a separate meeting and actually have dialogue versus you get 3 minutes, and there's not that much dialogue. So I don't know, Mayor, if there's something that maybe we could, or someone has a suggestion, because it seems like we hear a lot of comments and people are taking one position, taking another position, and there's no dialogue. And I just don't know if this venue is the best way to solve a community issue like that. And so then my one last question for you, the city manager, if we did go in this direction, what impact on our other council priorities would what is currently on the motion have to those priorities?
Well, again, we would assess the assignment and figure out when the earliest possible date for us to bring back that conversation and update the work plan accordingly. Right now, I can't. I'm waiting for the instructions so that we can then figure out where we can fit that into the schedule of considerations. I don't know fully the answer because I hadn't received the assignment yet, but we will get that scheduled as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you. So again, I believe the dialogue does need to occur, but I would really, and I'd be personally willing to participate in any conversations with whatever direction we come with today, because I think this is an ongoing issue that we shouldn't wait for it to come back to council. If we can help, we have to be there to help.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for the city manager. During your process, you talked about bringing it into compliance, and what I heard from the company representative was that there would be some mitigation that they'd be willing to achieve.
Well, again, I think we're starting to get into a negotiation here in the council. This hasn't been agendized as this item. Understand that when we do code compliance, our attempt, as the city attorney said, is to bring folks into the compliant level of behavior if there's a violation. We work with the business to address the concern. If it does not get addressed, then to the satisfaction of it doesn't comport itself to the code or the need to fulfill that, then as the city attorney says, there are legal remedies after that conversation. But as a premise, we work to bring folks into compliance with the code in those conversations.
I appreciate that. So those legal remedies, would there be policy discussions as to what extent the legal remedies this council or this city would accept?
Generally, that's within the discretion of the code enforcement, and we would put that, for example, if there was an agreement to come into compliance along the lines that Mr. Williams suggested, say, for example, they said, we'll build a sound wall or put some other mitigation. Obviously, that takes a period of time to do that, and so we would say, okay, we won't go forward if you agreed to build this and you build it within 60 days or whatever is determined to be a reasonable time. If they then fail to do that, then we have remedies to pursue that if they don't comply with what they've agreed to do, or if we determine that what they've agreed to do is not adequate, then we would go through the administrative hearing process.
Would that be an issue that you would foresee that would be appropriate to bring back to council in closed session?
No.
Why not?
Because the city council isn't part of the code enforcement processes, and it goes before an administrative hearing officer, because that's the procedure that the council has adopted in our administrative hearing process. And then the remedy of either the appellant or the party who's subject to the complaint disagrees with the decision of the administrative law judge, then they could go forward. The discussion that the council could have, separate and apart from the code compliance, is the council, of course, can enforce its ordinances. And so if there was a desire to institute some other form of litigation, depending on what the investigation discovered, then certainly that would be something that we would bring to the council to discuss initiating some other form of litigation, for example, a nuisance complaint or something that goes beyond the mere code enforcement.
I think that's in the spirit of what we're looking at here. I mean, I want to wait for this results to come back, but I don't want to cede any of our authority to help protect our community or to help serve our community. And I want to make that clear that should that be the case, I would like the council to field that, and probably most appropriately in closed session on that particular point. Is that?
Well, there's basis to have a closed session if we were to discuss initiating litigation. There's not a basis for closed session over a code enforcement matter.
So the code enforcement matter at its conclusion, in this motion, you perceive it to come back to an open session, should we agree to hear that?
As previously indicated, the council does not have a role in code enforcement specific actions. The city manager would report to you what the outcome of the code enforcement action was.
As a report item?
As a report item, correct.
Okay.
A staff briefing, or what the city manager is saying is it may, since we have several meetings that we're not meeting, if the conclusion comes about sooner, he would communicate to you via email or communication rather than waiting for a meeting because of the high interest in that item.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Mr. Corsi.
Just want to make sure I understand the process here. The code enforcement investigation was triggered by complaints from the neighbors, and that will continue and be concluded no matter what our decision is here tonight.
Correct.
It sounds like the neighborhood has commissioned a noise study, and it sounds like the plant may be doing a noise study as well. Can either of those be used by the city in this investigation?
We're actually, I don't mean to interrupt, Councilmember, but we are moving into discussion about the various issues. We need to restrain our comments to whether or not we will place this on the agenda.
I'm trying to make that determination in my own mind, and I'm just wondering how the investigation, what the investigation is going to use for evidence, because it sounds like the plant doesn't have the need to be operating at night for the next few weeks. So how are we measuring the noise?
I think Mr. Williams had indicated that they would be turning the equipment on at night in order to facilitate conduction of noise studies. So even though there's not an operational need, they're going to turn them on for some period of time, I understood him to say, so that somebody can measure the noise, whether that's his consultant or whether city staff will be out there doing that as well. That would be up to code enforcement.
If I can,
We'll be measuring the noise when they choose to make it.
And I'm sure they will utilize the study that's been done, whatever study the property owner does, and then determine whether we need to have some verification. If you have two conflicting experts, the city may decide to have somebody review that, or we may have sufficient expertise and staff to review it ourselves.
And would we review the neighbors' noise study that they commissioned also?
Yes, they would look at all the evidence they receive.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had almost forgotten I had a comment. I have a couple of questions for the city attorney. The first is that I think we're all aware that there is outstanding litigation on this between these parties.
Yes, there is, as has been referenced, a couple of years ago, the council did approve the addition of the silos to the property. That was approved by the city council, and there was litigation filed by the Citizens for Safe Neighborhood on CEQA grounds. The city prevailed at the trial court. That case is now pending before the Court of Appeal.
So I just wanted to make sure that anything we do with our decision today isn't going to unintentionally or intentionally hinder those proceedings.
No.
Okay, great. And a lot of what Councilmember Schwedhelm was asking goes right to the heart of my questions, which is, I appreciated the memo that we received from Director Guin. Unfortunately, with respect to 2/3 of it, the answers are wholly unsatisfactory because it's basically the city has no jurisdiction. We can't force BACMed to act any quicker. So I want to know, if this item comes back, what we can ask these parties to do. Can we ask them to meet and confer? Can we ask them to share the information they have? I recognize that this is not a litigation matter. I recognize this is not a courtroom, but here it is, and we've been asked to serve as sort of arbiters of a dispute that may extend beyond just the code enforcement. So I would like to know what it is that the council or the city can be put in a position to do. This was something we talked about in the Open Government Task Force, the kind of emerging issues.
So certainly the council could make its desire to the property owner and the neighbors that is the desire. You don't have the right to force them to do that. The other thing that you could do is you could authorize sending a letter on behalf of the city to the other regulatory agencies that have been discussed and advising, for example, the Bay Area Quality, that we have received numerous complaints for our citizens that we are forwarding to them, and we would request that they prioritize this and
Was that
move
something that
forward.
we can do tonight with the item as it's been agendized?
No, but staff could bring back a letter on our next agenda.
Okay,
Absolutely, we could bring back that.
thank you. I would definitely support that. And I wanted to just say briefly how much I appreciate both sides, if you will, coming and stating what efforts have been made to date. I think obviously we're all committed to finding a solution if there is one, so I appreciate everybody coming and talking about what has gone on, and I hope that continues.
But I think regardless of the code enforcement, the main part I understood of Councilmember Combs' request is to just educate both the community and the council about what the state of affairs is currently, so that everybody's operating under the same information. And regardless of whether there was or wasn't a code enforcement action, you certainly can provide that information to the council through means of a study session.
Mr. Oliveros.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, because I don't want to set up false expectations for the public or anybody in what we're going to be doing when we hear this, when it comes back to us. So I appreciate that it would be a study session to have some of these discussions, and I agree with Councilmember Schwedhelm regarding the more community impact and quality of life issues, and finding the right forum to have those discussions. So I'm okay with that.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. So I'm interested, we've had so many people from the community comment about this and have been commenting about it for a number of years. I remember, I think it was around 2011, that there was a lot of discussion about what the certificate of occupancy or the non-conforming use limitations were. And I continue, even over the last 3 years, to hear different stories about it. So I very much hope that we can move forward helping everyone in the community know what are the legal limitations and the legal rights of all the parties involved. And I hope that we can do that in the most open and transparent way. So I would really like to do that in as much open session as possible. I also have some concerns if we can discuss how we can go forward based on the result of the studies of the report item. So at that time, we may want to be able to talk about future actions. So I would want the history to include violations in the code enforcement officer's letter. If you see that perhaps there need to be changes to the ordinance, if we have a code enforcement problem now and it goes through the whole process and everything is fine, the council may want to look at whether that's an appropriate ordinance. So one of the things we can do as a result of knowing the results of complaints is also to review what ordinances apply. One of the things council could consider doing in the future is making it a legal use at that site. One of the things, couldn't we do some kind of a general plan update that allowed it? I mean, this is part of the future conversation, not today.
Right, we'll discuss that at that time.
That's what I mean. So we would need to know, can we do that? If not, at what point can the council say, what are your plans for relocating? If we find that it is continuing to be a legal non-conforming use, not illegal, but legal non-conforming use. So knowing what all our options are at the time of that conversation would be really helpful. And thank you very much. I hope we can at least discuss it in an open way in the future.
Thank you. Sure, Mr. Wysocki.
As for the city manager, I did allude to earlier that this item for consideration had to do with the closed code enforcement file by that communication received. Is the council going to receive that separately?
Yes. Yes. I mean, again, you had made a request to me. It was just the timing of the request.
Understood. Thank you.
Excuse me, one more.
Sure.
I think I have the code enforcement phone number. Do you have it?
And again, I'm going to turn it over to David just for a second so he can tell you how he would prefer to handle additional inquiries on this matter.
Thank you.
It relates.
Thank you. So code enforcement needs to be received in writing, so an email or written letter to any city employee. So it can come to the city manager's office and we'll get that, or you can send it to the CD office or any code enforcement officer. So if it's in writing, we'll take care of it. It'll be logged and it will become part of our record.
If you could identify yourself for the record, Mr.
Sure,
Ewan.
thank you. Yeah, I'm David Guin. I'm the interim director of CD.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
City employee would be city council as well?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Well, it's been stated, actually, Mr. Thomas mentioned it, Councilmember Oliveros mentioned it. This is about education, and this borders on urban myth at times. What can and cannot be done, what has and has not happened on the site. It has quite a history, and I think that in the spirit of education and allowing the community a chance to weigh in, and the representatives of Bodine as well, that we kind of clear the air, if you will, as far as what can and cannot be done and what has happened in the past.
and what we have an authority to do in the future. So in that spirit, I'll be supporting it this evening. So your votes, please, Council. And I have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Moving to, not yet, approval
Approval of the minutes.
Approval of minutes for August 4th. Council, any changes or recommended changes to the minutes? Corrections? Seeing none, they will be accepted as submitted. And we have no consent items, and it is very close to 5:30, and this will give me an opportunity to address an issue that's come before the council regarding public comment. I'm going to wait just 1 second here. We have, in our desire to be more open and transparent and give the public an opportunity to address us twice during an evening, we had originally asked that we added a public comment period, and we stated that it would begin no earlier than 5:30. What we're finding is that we are starting other items because we haven't hit 5:30 yet. Then we'll start what turns out to be a rather long item at 5:15, maybe 5:20, and then we don't get to our first public comment period until after 6. Actually, it's happened that it'd be after 7. So the desire, or the reason to have the first public comment period is basically eliminated by the fact that we've placed this restriction of not before 5:30. So I am recommending that we move that time to not before 5 o'clock. And see how that works for a while, because the other one is creating problems and we're not getting the job done. The original spirit of the change is not being fulfilled. So we will be in the future, starting after 9/1, September 1st, we will move the one stipulation that we will have begin our first public comment on non-agenda matters item to not begin before 5 o'clock. And I think that we'll find more success in the future as we move forward with that. It'll certainly not create some of the difficulties we have had in the past. So, we'll hope for good things. And beginning, and so in our first public comment period, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. Today I don't have any overheads to distract you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt, and I'm from Roseland. And last week I had an opportunity to participate in an effort to inform all of the council at the same time how some members of the Roseland community were feeling as a Roseland matter was being heard here at this body. The reason that choice was made was because, although maybe you don't feel it, many community members feel that staff frequently acts as a filter and doesn't give information to you as well as people could do it themselves. So there was a letter that we turned in last week that you may not have seen, and I'm going to mention it again and hope that you will look at it, because I think it is the essence of the whole matter of what's occurring with what was once known as the Roseland Creek Nature Preserve, when community members went forward and offered their services as matching grant opportunities so that the city got that piece of property. The letter was from, the letter in question was from Gary Balsarac. Mr. Balsarac and his wife, good professional arborists, landscape architect, had a death in the family and were not able to attend, were not able to speak with you folks. He wrote a letter that was from the heart. He's been at this for 20 years also. Please look at the letter and understand the frustrations that community members are feeling, even as this great juggernaut is going forward, from the MTC money, for the transportation plan, the specific plan, the Roseland annexation. Many of those things are in play, yet other things were done in the past already. There was a specification that Burbank Avenue would be a scenic road, and yet the guidelines were never adopted by the city, we were told recently. We were told that the Roseland Creek Park, this whole effort we've just had to tap dance around for the last 5 months, was because that master plan wasn't approved 5 years ago. And yet we thought it was all done and it was all approved. So this isn't something that just came about. You've had other matters here before where city staff didn't get the stuff to you that the community members wanted to talk with you about. So we utilized this forum and the opportunity that's given to us. This is the only community forum that really matters, because when you go to the public meetings and talk with the staff, they're just like, thank you very much, and they go right along with what they've already got planned. So you heard it all at the same time last week. You may not agree with what was said, but that was from those people's heart, and that letter from Mr. Balsarac was turned in to be a part of the record, and I believe when you read that, you go talk to those folks in person yourself. I'm not filtering any of it, and you can leave me out of it if you want, because it's growing on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chernoff?
Okay, thank you. I was hoping to have just a little bit more time so I could compose a more appropriate rhyme. So I'll start off with Bill Cosby be trumping Trump. Yes, the cause is back. For enough is enough. Here's why the media has maintained their attack. I admit I was a bad boy using drugs with adult women for sex. For the media defers, yes, the media prefers to ignore an unholy hex. Forever men have used drugs and alcohol for as to gain a woman's favor. But where be true love, true honor, and integrity, which be a true life saver? So what does the media, including the Press Democrat, ignore? Stories like the billionaire, banker, pedophile pimp, Jeff Epstein, who's been arrested and protected at the same time. He's connected to Jerry Sandusky and the Penn State child exploitation operation, still ongoing. And Jeff Epstein and the former head of the FBI, Louis Freeh, have been associated with this exploitation program since 1979. And Louis Freeh guaranteed that all major players never got identified, including Epstein and the last 4 Pennsylvania governors. And Bill Cosby brings up the point about Trump. He wants to send all the Mexicans back to Mexico. I think the guy's a little bit insane. One day without a Mexican be the story of a comedy, but better still, be 40 days of a general strike fulfilling prophecy. For those who seek to save their lives shall lose them for sure. The 40-day strike frees Leonard Peltier and the U.S. Constitution, being a beautiful cure. For all this ongoing insanity and corruption requires this prophetic royal interruption. We're all being abused in this country. The Mexican labor, the vets, the seniors, everybody is being slammed by the bankers and their lawyerly minions. And I think it's fair to say that this is simply not anybody's opinions. It's a fact. We have 90,000 law enforcement in California, but we got 255,000 lawyers who operate on the premise of urinating on the U.S. Constitution. Because if the U.S. Constitution were the law of the land, 90% of the lawyers wouldn't have anything to do because of the simplicity and beautiful aspect. I'm going to share one last thought by Rand Paul. He says, our founders never intended for Americans to trust their government. Our entire Constitution was predicated on the notion that government was a necessary evil to be restrained and minimized as much as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Attended the Board of Supervisors meeting today as they were taking a look at the next steps on the Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach, working title. There's something critically lacking in the county's plan, and that is to include all the police departments in the county as part of this oversight as well. They're going to spend $2.6 million. They spent already a lot and put a lot into this. But it doesn't make sense because it's not only the sheriffs that we have problems with. Problems right here, you know very well. But there's not much being done about it. This is why we need an independent body. So I noticed that you're going to hook up with another police department on the savings of cost by going in together and buying body cameras. Why wasn't that done with the cities around here? And again, oversight needs to happen. It could save you a lot of money in lawsuits, down the road. And remember when the police chiefs who were trying to get the job were here before the public, and the other people who didn't get the job said the most important things that aren't being done here. Sometimes you need to tell the truth when you're wrong, right? Sometimes you need to apologize when you let someone's kid die because you didn't do your job. But you're collecting some real fat paycheck, and you got another way to control.
You will restrict your comments to the council in general, no one council member, and no exceptions.
And you're not holding the rest of them accountable.
You can continue.
If you were holding them accountable when you had the chance, my daughter would be alive.
Madam City Clerk, would you please cut off the mic? Your time is up, Ms.
Censorship, alive and well, Santa Rosa.
Those are all the cards I have. We'll be moving to report items. We'll also be taking a break as close to 6 o'clock as possible. So we'll move to the first report item, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 14.1, report, Measure O, Cycle 8, Choice Grant Program Funding Recommendations. Khalid Mataki, Program Manager, presenting.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to actually defer to Program Analyst Serena Lino to present this presentation since she's the subject matter expert on our grants and evaluations.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Serena Lino, and I am the Program Analyst for the City Manager's Office and the Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership. Just want to wait for a PowerPoint. Thank you very much. Okay, I am pleased to bring you the funding recommendations for the Cycle 8 Choice Grant Program. And so tonight we're going to be going over a background of what we did as part of the Choice Grant Program this year. We'll review the process, and then we'll present to you the funding recommendations, and then we'd like to invite a couple of our grant reviewers to share their perspective about their experience with the process. So just as a reminder, a little bit of background, Measure O was passed in 2004, and it's a quarter-cent transaction use tax for 20 years. It expires in 2024. And for violence prevention and intervention services, we receive 20% of the revenue, and then additionally, police and fire each respectively receive 40% of the revenue. Of the portion that we receive directly, 35% of that goes directly towards grants to local school districts and community-based organizations in Santa Rosa. So the request for qualifications was released on May 22nd, 2015, and it was due on July 6th. The agencies were required to submit a 35% cash match, and this helped us to increase the amount of leverage funding and bring additional dollars into our community. And this is also an increase from previous years from 25 to 35%, recognizing that we are on the back end of Measure O now, and we are helping agencies and encouraging them to become less reliant on Measure O, so it's really speaking to program sustainability long term. And for the request for qualifications, we went through a comprehensive needs assessment process with the community. We conducted focus groups with parents and youth. We also did several surveys, and then I compiled all of that information and compared it to a sampling of different evidence-based literature that talks about the effective programs that specifically address the needs and risks of the youth and the parents that we are working with. And then additionally, with our new draft community safety scorecard, I took a look at what the findings, the preliminary findings are or have been so far, and included it as part of the community needs summary. So through that process and that analysis, we determined that there were 3 funding priority areas. And so we looked at life skills and cognitive development. So when you look at the different types of programs that are out there, if we took a step back and really look at what are the underlying points that are addressed through each of these programs, regardless of the medium of which they're actually delivered, you're really looking at the life skills and the cognitive development pieces that help a young person or a parent to think differently, to act differently, and moving towards more positive outcomes. Additionally, we looked at family-based services, so recognizing that you can't just work with only the youth or only the parent. You really need to look at the family unit as a whole in order for that sustainability and the effects to be lasting long-term. And then finally, the third area is outreach, mediation, and intervention. And this is a specialized category that really deals with some of the highest risk or highest needs population in our community. So it's that street level outreach and working with the community during times of crisis or when you need to conduct some mediation. So to go over the proposal review process, it was a structured review process, and we used rating forms that were based on the criteria outlined in the request for qualifications. And it was a 3-step process. So we first had each of the grant review team do their own individual blind review, so their own personal assessment of what they felt the applications and the proposals, the criteria within those. And then the city staff, we looked at all of the results, we analyzed them and compiled them and produced different ways of looking at the information and presented that information to the grant review team, who then ultimately made the determination for qualification. And all agencies that submitted applications were deemed qualified through the process. And so all of them were moved forward for consideration of funding. So I'd like to present our grant review team. Some of them are here in our audience today. And so just to go over them briefly, we have Oscar Acosta, who's a probation officer with Sonoma County Probation. He's a longtime participant of our operational team and is very invested in the partnership as a whole and committed to the work. Chris Corsi, our vice mayor, is a new addition. First time we've had a council member participate on our grant review team, and he's also a member of our policy team. We have John Cregan, a lieutenant with the Santa Rosa Police Department and former sergeant of the gang unit, recently promoted. And so we had his perspective and has been involved with the gang unit for many years. We have Angie Dillenshore, who's the Research and Evaluation Manager for the Sonoma County Human Services, and specifically she is assigned to the Upstream Project and is very well aware of the various community-based organizations and the different programs in our community. We have Kelly Magnuson, Deputy Director of Recreation with Santa Rosa Recreation and Parks, a critical role for the Measure O funding and the programs in our community. And then we have Tatiana Mercier, who is a student with the Santa Rosa Junior College. It's a valuable perspective to have a student or a youth perspective at the table, since the funds are largely going to youth programs, so we like to include that perspective at the table. We have Bill Nordskog, who's a volunteer with United Way of the Wine Country and longtime policy team member, and we like to fondly refer to him as our historian for the partnership. He's been there since the beginning. And then we have Aaliyah Tantarelli, who is a health information specialist with the Sonoma County Health Services, and she's specifically assigned to the violence prevention unit and has been a longtime member of our operational team as well. So we had, for cycle 8, annually, we have $615,965 in available funding. We received 18 applications from 14 different agencies. So we had 3 school districts and 11 community-based organizations that applied, with a total request of over 1.3 million. So as you can see here, there's a lot of need in the community, and a little less than half of the funding that's actually available. So it was a really tough decision for the grant review team, and they really deliberated and reviewed what they finally felt were the funding recommendations to bring forward today. And Cycle 8 funding is, again, a 2-year funding cycle. The second year is contingent upon the availability of the funds, for which will be approved as part of the budget cycle next year. Satisfactory performance, completion of the required outcomes that are identified in their contracts, and then ultimately it will be up to the discretion of the city manager to make the final determination for the second year of funding. Okay, and here we go with the funding recommendations. So we have 3 different programs from the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Sonoma County. We have the REACH program, which is a reentry program, case management. So as youth are transitioning out of juvenile hall, they participate in this program, and it helps to connect them to school, to jobs, to housing, whatever their needs are going to be in order for them to be successful in reentering into the community. The Roseland Club, so this is a new program this year. We will be funding an additional, well, it's for one of their existing after-school programs, and this would be an enhancement to it so they are able to serve more youth. And we've identified Roseland Creek Elementary as being that school, and they have consistently over 40 youth that are on their wait list, and it has the highest amount of homeless youth that actually attend that school. So it was identified by the Boys and Girls Club as well as Roseland School District Superintendent that that would be the highest need for that particular school district. And then finally, the club at Juvenile Hall as well, which is an actual Boys and Girls Club inside Juvenile Hall, and it has been funded for a few years and actually has been able to contribute to positive outcomes and a reduction in incidences at Juvenile Hall. And we also have California Youth Outreach, which provides that street-level outreach that I was talking about, and understanding what the needs are for each neighborhood, and they have the ability to respond and work with some of the higher needs populations that we work with. We have Child Parent Institute. So this is a new program that we'll be funding, that we are recommending for funding. It's the Family Focused Prevention Intervention. It is based off of the Triple P model, which is an evidence-based program, and it works with parents of school-aged youth. So we're looking at elementary, middle, and high school youth. And we have Community Action Partnership with Building Strong Families. And this program is working with the family as a unit. So it has the Padres Unidos program, it has the DIG leaders, and then the youth that are a part of both the DIG and the Padres Unidos are also given some targeted programming for their own development. We have Conservation Corps North Bay, the Career Pathways program. Again, a new program for us this year. And this program focuses on job readiness while they're able to also get their high school diploma. This is notable because it goes up to age 25, and they actually have a charter school that they work with that allows them to go up to age 25 and actually still get their diploma rather than a GED. And then it also provides them with hands-on work experience where they have paid jobs through this program. We have LifeWorks of Sonoma County, El Puente, The Bridge, which is an in-home, family-based mental health therapy program. They also provide services in their own facility, and then we have some support groups that are a part of one of the high schools. We have the Martial Arts Youth Institute, so working with youth in our community through the medium of martial arts. It's a life skills and cognitive development program. We have Social Advocates for Youth for 2 programs. We have the Clean Slate Tattoo Removal, which it's pretty obvious by the program name, tattoo removal, but it also has a comprehensive community service requirement that is a part of it, so also giving back to their community while also receiving the services. And then they also have Esperanza Services, which is also a work readiness program, and it provides them with job experience at the Sunflower Community Garden. And then finally, we have the Salvation Army Double Punches Boxing Club, also a life skills development program through the medium of boxing. So the analysis of the first year, so for the projected target population is ages 0 to 24 plus as the ages that will be served. We are estimating over 2,000 individuals will be receiving direct services, and it targets at-risk, high-risk, impacted, and intentional youth. And then a breakdown of the different programs that are being recommended for funding is 25% of the funding is going towards prevention, 33% towards early intervention, and 42% towards intervention programs. And I'd like to note, too, that this is specifically through the Choice Grant Program, and Recreation and Parks, who also receives a large portion of the Measure O revenue. 45% of the total revenue actually goes towards prevention through Recreation and Parks. And then also, too, we took a look at the preliminary findings of the scorecard, and were able to identify that all programs being recommended for funding serve the high-need areas within Santa Rosa that we had identified in the scorecard. I'd like to pause for just a moment and we've invited our agencies and some of the participants here today, so I'd like to invite them to stand for just a moment so we can acknowledge the great work that they're doing in our community. Thank you, everybody. Okay, now I'd like to invite a couple of our grant review team members to share their perspective, and I'd like to start with our Vice Mayor, Chris Corsi, and then I'd like to invite up Tatiana Mercier to hear from her as well.
Thank you, Serena. I want to thank the staff for managing a really good process. From my point of view, this was rigorous. It was very well done. As Serena pointed out, it was real competitive. There's a lot more need out there than we have the dollars to fill. And I think that every one of the reviewers felt like we would love to fund every program that applied for these grants. They're all worthwhile. And we made some hard choices. I don't think that any one applicant received the full amount of funding that they asked for. We tried to spread it around to do the most good. Thanks for having me as part of the process. I learned a lot from it, and I learned that it's a lot of work for the staff. We've had probably 15 inches worth of applications and a couple of binders, and just appreciated being part of that. Thank you.
Tatiana?
I had a very good experience working with the Measure O program. I found that it was very, very thorough as a program, and how everyone on the team seemed very qualified to determine how much money should be spent on each program and things of that nature. I feel like everyone kind of went above and beyond in what we were supposed to do for this program, and I think that it's an amazing program that should be continued forever. But being the youth representative on the team was a really amazing experience for me personally.
Thank you. Okay, and that concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Council, questions? Ms. Combs?
Thank you. And I recognize that this is a tremendously difficult process, that we have some fabulous programs that it would be great to fund at 100% of their ask. And I think you're correct. It looks from attachment 1 as if it's very rare to get anywhere near 70% of your ask. So I hope the folks who've asked can do the programs on the reduced amount, and just first want to confirm that you asked that.
Yes, we did. We're actually in the midst of contract negotiations right now.
So people understand that they may have to do something with less. Okay. I do want to ask some questions, though. The Roseland Club of the Boys and Girls Club at 16.9 is only getting 25% of their request. And as you said, that's the place with the highest number of homeless youth. Can you explain sort of your thinking about why that program didn't get 50, 60, 70% the way that some other programs did?
Yeah, absolutely. So
and I know you didn't have enough money.
So the way that the proposal was designed, the budget, is they proposed 4 programs. So the amount of funding that was allocated by the grant review team was for 1 school. So they proposed 4 schools, and they selected to fund 1 school. That was why we were able to carve out that specific number.
Okay, so thank you. That's really helpful. I noted a couple of other school-based programs and wondered if it was because they were school-based that they were not funded. The Santa Rosa City Schools Boys and Girls Clubs are in the not funded category. Is that because they're at schools? Is that because they're Santa Rosa instead of Central Sonoma County? I mean, why? Can you give me some of the feedback on why that one might not be funded at all?
I'm trying to recall. I'd have to go back to review my notes to be specific, but I can tell you that it was not because it was school-based, like that was the reason for not funding it. It was just identified that that was, there were priorities in other areas that the grant review team wanted to focus on, and they wanted to be able to fund at least one of the programs.
And the Latino Family Literacy program? Again, maybe you want to send me the reasons why some, if you can, to the best of your ability, because we have a short list of programs, no doubt all sound worthy. It's hard to tell what the details are. So I understand you didn't have money. I certainly trust my fellow council member and your committee to make wise decisions, but I would like to understand. Because aren't they ineligible now for 2 years? Aren't we on a 2-year funding cycle? So these programs can't be funded next year.
I can chime in a little bit on our efforts to address the school-based or in-school programs. So in the past, last year, you may recall that we did a specific grant-making process specifically for school districts. It was a responsive grant program, we called it, and council approved us to use some of the reserve funds. We invested about $250,000 last year into 4 different programs, including restorative justice, family literacy in Rincon Valley, and a couple other programs. And then it was a one-time offer because we encouraged the school districts to go through the regular choice grant-making process. Unfortunately, through this competitive process, some of the school districts did not get recommended for funding. There was a lot of discussion, as Serena noted, surrounding some of those programs. We felt that there were some opportunities within the school districts, considering the LCAP process that the governor has rolled out the last couple of years and other partnerships that's been established over the last year. But what we are planning to do is still convene the steering committee and the POS team to look at other opportunities of working specifically with schools and school districts to do some in-school programming.
Thank you. That is clear.
I was just going to add, too, that through Recreation and Parks, through their programs, they serve schools through a variety of different ones. Right. So we might not be serving it necessarily through the Choice Grant Program, but certainly it's being fulfilled through the Recreation and Park side.
Okay. So that's helpful to know. I think I ask this every time it comes up, so I appreciate your patience with this. One of our state officials, Mike Thompson, runs a concussion prevention intense program for school football players. And I have concern because we know the American Pediatric Association does not recommend certain kinds of contact sports like boxing for minors. And I know that this is a very popular boxing program. So I would like to know, with the martial arts and the double punches boxing program, that some steps are being taken to reduce or prevent concussion.
We can certainly include that as part of our contract negotiations with him.
Okay, thank you. That alleviates some, I would have difficulty voting to move forward something that could make the city responsible for the head injuries of children. Thanks.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that presentation, sir. It's very thorough, and it's amazing when you hear cycle 8 that we've gone through this. I participated in one of the earlier ones, and to echo some of Vice Mayor Corsi's comments, it is a very lengthy process. And I'm not going to ask you about any of the specific programs, which ones were funded or not funded, because for me it's almost out of context. Unless you read all 18 of those and do the pros and the cons to recreate the dialogues you had, I'm not going to put you in that position to have to answer that, because I know even just double punches boxing is so much more than just a boxing program. So, but the one question I do have for you, you had mentioned the high need areas based on the scorecard. I believe we either have 5 or 6 of those. 6 of those now. Do these programs hit all 5 of those, or how did it space out?
Yes, actually, all programs being recommended serve all 6 high-need areas in some fashion, whether they are place-based or whether they actually serve youth or they bring youth from those particular areas to their programs. So either way, they all are served.
And are we going to be able to drill down eventually, once making the assumption these programs get approved, the results in those specific high-need areas? We'll be able to filter out and recognize the impact they did or didn't have, or is that going to be too finite of a number?
It's a great question. I think that we are looking at overall enhancing the evaluation system and being very clear about our outcomes. And one of the purposes for creating the scorecard was to be able to measure all of the different things that we're doing on a community-wide level. So I would say that we will definitely look to have a clear picture of what the impact is for those high-need areas in some fashion or another.
Okay, great. And I do just want to acknowledge Lieutenant Craig. As you mentioned, he was sergeant of the gang crime team. His contributions, both a policy and operations team, and he's out in the community, and I just want to acknowledge your efforts. John, we're really going to miss you, although your replacement, I know, has a lot to strive for to equal what you've done. So thank you, John, for one. Congratulations on your promotion, and thank you for your contributions to this process.
Other questions or comments, Council? Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer, and thank you to the team for your work on this. I do like the community service requirement that you mentioned on one of the programs. I think it was the Say Clean Tattoo. Is that also a requirement for other programs as well?
Some of the other programs do have a community service requirement to them. Not all, but some. Mm-hmm.
Why don't all?
Ultimately, it's up to them to determine their program design, and so the grant review team evaluates the proposal or evaluates the proposals that are submitted as part of it. But we can certainly look at including that as part of the contract negotiations.
Because I do think there's some value both to the community as well as to the individuals receiving the services, and I would like to just have that. I'd like you to consider that as you go forward with this, because I think that's a value. I do agree with the comment about concussions. However, I do believe that there's a lot to be gained from athletics, and therefore, no, I don't want shots to the head, and I hope that you are, and I trust that you are taking the necessary precautions. But I think athletics, especially to teens with plenty of energy, at least I hope you have plenty of energy, are very beneficial. And so, thank you for your work. Oh, last question. I couldn't find it in our CAFR. I see a Measure O fund balance. I'd like to see that broken out to the various elements as to how much is available and rolling over from the last fiscal. That's probably more. I didn't see Debbie here. She was here earlier. Oh, she's here now. If you could break those into the 3 elements for us, I would appreciate that. It's just one on the CAFR. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Council. Mr. Oliveris has this item, so I'll leave the final comments to him. But I just want to thank all of the applicants, both the, I'll get to you in a minute, Dwayne, before we vote. Thank you for the applications, those that were funded. It's very difficult to say no. It's difficult to not give a full measure in the applications. It's tough to serve on a panel like that. Thank you, Vice Mayor Corsi, and all those involved in making this very difficult decision. It is very time-consuming, and again, it is difficult work. So thanks to all those involved in this I am familiar with and have visited many of the recipients, but not all. And I know that they all do some amazing work in our community, and we're very lucky to have them, and I'm glad that they are receiving this funding. So before we move to the actual motion, I do have a card on this. Mr. DeWitt? Thank you, sir. I apologize for not noticing that.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from the Roseland Creek neighborhood. And I want to thank you for having this matter on here today. And I also wanted to thank Vice Mayor Corsi for his hard work on this matter. I'm especially appreciative of the fact that the Roseland branch of the Boys and Girls Club was able to get a bit of funding. When I was a youngster, about the age of these Boy Scouts back here, there was only one Boys and Girls Club here in Santa Rosa. It's over in Montgomery Village. And so all the children from over on that side of town went over there. Now you have a brand new school, Roseland Creek Elementary. The Roseland Clubs is meeting there. And that school is actually right there across the street from the Roseland Creek Preserve. And it's a wonderful opportunity for you folks to think about how in the future you could even give these folks more money, I hope. I believe that these young children, especially it was mentioned, Roseland Creek Elementary had the highest number of homeless youth. And I don't know if any of you understand this, but some of those families are living on Roseland Creek, just right over here. It's sad, it's heartbreaking in a sense that we're facing that situation. And so one of the things that I would really like is when these contracts are being made with the different organizations and talking about community service, that they find a way to work it in so that the young people go interact with the folks who are currently unhoused. Those folks aren't bad. It's just tough economic times. And if young people, especially Boy Scouts with their community service matters, Eagle Scouts with their projects, all the different things that could happen if we work together to help the homeless youth of Roseland Creek. So I put that up there because that's a good community service project site also. And on October 24th, which is a Saturday at 10 in the morning, Make a Difference Day happens across this nation. And we'll be out there at Roseland Creek Elementary doing cleanup, being in the park, doing a lot of nice things. And I hope that you folks could keep these guys in mind, give them more funding in the future if possible. And I know it's a difficult choice, but this is a pot of money that continues to grow. Taxpayers' money comes into Measure O. It'll be there, and these needs will be there for a while. Thank you again, Mr. Corsi, for the hard work on this, and the others of you that have been a part of these things to finally include Roseland for boys clubs, and girls clubs, excuse me. That dates me. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Roseland. That is so cool. What a wonderful thing, and thank you all for your time. Have a wonderful time, and come out to Make a Difference Day, October 24th, Saturday, 10 in the morning, Roseland Creek Elementary School. All the best to you.
Thank you.
And good luck, Boy Scouts. You're a good guy.
Mr. Oliveros.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't believe that we are at cycle 8. This is amazing. And yes, we do have, even though it seems like a lot of money, they are limited resources. But I think it's also important for the community to understand that even though I think we're funding, 11 agencies or so, that there are many, many more out there doing this work that are not funded, didn't receive funded, or didn't ask for funding, but they're doing the work. We need to remember that this is only a part of a community effort and a culture change that has occurred over time. We often talk about the high number of nonprofit organizations we have in Sonoma County, many of them serving youth. Every single one of those, I think if they look at our strategic plan for the Vice Presidential Partnership, we'll see a connection to their work, including our Boy Scouts who are here today, and welcome to our Boy Scouts, to our council chambers. I'll ignore your adult chaperones, but I'm welcoming you to our chambers because the Boy Scouts of America, too, is contributing to our efforts here in our community to build character with our youth and future leaders. So thank you and congratulations to all the work that you do, and thanks for being here. And also related to those those that did receive Measure O funding, they are also allowed to use that funding as leveraged for additional funding, so they can use that as matching funds to apply for other grants. I don't believe that the funded agencies rely solely on Measure O funds to provide the services that they provide. They have a budget, they do provide services. This allows them to expand. Even organizations like CAP and SAY, who received several grants, they have many other services that serve our community's youth and also young adults that contribute to the effort. So this is only a small piece of it. We're looking at a community-wide effort, and again, we'll see more of that coming up in September with Violence Prevention Awareness Week. That starts on the 19th, I believe, runs to the 18th, runs to about the 29th, 28th or so. 26th, okay, I got my dates wrong, but I know you have it. So I encourage everybody to get educated on all the good work that's going on out there. So with that, I will move this resolution. Move a resolution, the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the funding recommendations of the grant review team for Cycle 8 of the Choice Grant Program for fiscal years 2015 to 17, and granting authority to the City Manager to approve and execute funding agreements, and wait further the reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Your votes, Council. And we have 7 ayes. Thank you very much, and thank you all as well. I am going to do one more item before we break. 14.2, Mr. City Manager.
Item 14.2, report protocol for election of mayor. Terry Griffin, City Clerk, presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This afternoon, staff is seeking your direction regarding changes to your protocol for the election of mayor. By way of background, the city charter requires that following each election and following the installation of council members, that you elect a mayor, and that process, the current protocol for that process, is the incumbent mayor, or in the absence of a mayor, the vice mayor calls for nominations from the floor. Nominations must receive a second and be accepted by the nominee. They're voted on in the order received, and once a nomination receives a majority vote, no action is taken on the remaining nominations, and the successful nomination is then mayor. The same process is used by the newly elected mayor to conduct the election for vice mayor. So the issue with the current protocol is that it does not address who conducts the election in the absence of a presiding officer. And as you recall, this occurred during the December 2014 reorganization meeting when then Mayor Bartley and Vice Mayor Swinth stepped down from the council. At that meeting, the council authorized the city clerk to conduct the election by drawing names of council members, and then those council members offered nominations in the order of the drawn names. And following that process, council in June directed staff to bring forward proposed protocols to resolve this issue in the future. So I did conduct a survey of cities throughout the state to see what processes are being used by other cities that have a similar circumstance. And 2 options came from that survey that I present to you today for your consideration. The first, option 1, basically the same protocol in that the presiding officer accepts nominations, they receive a second, and they're accepted by the nominee. But under option 1, in the absence of a presiding officer, the council member with the longest continuous period of service would be the presiding officer in the absence of a mayor and vice mayor. And if there are multiple members with equal length of service, the clerk would conduct a drawing prior to the meeting to determine the presiding officer. Option 2 is really just a variation of option 1, the only difference being that if there are multiple members with equal length of service, the highest number of electorate votes received in the last election for that council, or for the council members with equal length of service, would determine the presiding officer.
Ms. Griffin, can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yeah.
One of the things I noticed, I think the intention is that a member with the longest period of current continuous service. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that would be at the discretion of the council to make that a different
Because it changes
qualification.
the dynamic somewhat
Yes.
if it were to come up again, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that clarification. Thank you.
I also wanted to present for your consideration the voting on the nominations. This did come up during the December meeting, and there was, the idea was raised to have the voting similar to the way you vote for your applicants for boards and commissions, and the way that works is if you have multiple nominees for a particular seat, you go through a series of ballots, voting by ballot, and you vote for fewer people each time by a process of elimination until you've received a majority vote for a single nominee. So it is recommended by the city clerk that the council by motion establish protocols for the election of mayor and direct the clerk to incorporate the protocols into the council's manual procedures and protocols for approval by the city council. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? Mr. Vice Mayor? Oh, you don't have, you have no questions. Does anyone have a question on this?
I was going to ask, there isn't a boxing option?
I think we can do anything we want. A statement, yes. Questions or comments? Go right ahead. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, I'm not a fan of the last option, the boards and commissions, mainly because what's different from that process than when we're electing a mayor or vice mayor is one of us would be there. In other words, boards and commissions, we would be voting in that manner, and it doesn't involve any of us. So I'm not a big fan of that. And actually, the way we did it, I think, is the fairest way possible. So in the absence of a mayor or a vice mayor, just do a random draw, because there, as I learned in December, there's so many dynamics going on as to who's going to be first. Do it totally random. And once, I think that was a fair process, that it doesn't favor anyone. It's, you know, in the, again, absent having a sitting mayor or vice mayor, random draw, do the nominations, first name out, and do it just the way we did it in December of 2014.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
I want to thank the city clerk for putting this together, and especially for putting the picture of the hat into the presentation. That was nice. I like the visuals. You know, it's not likely that this is going to happen again in any of our time on the council, but it did happen once, and I think it's a good idea to have a protocol in place. As far as determining the presiding officer, I think either one of your suggestions works. I don't have a preference there. On the actual vote, I do prefer voting along the lines of applicants to boards and commissions. And the reason that I support that more than just the random nomination process is I think that the first person that gets nominated is more likely to be the person that is voted in. And the randomness of just pulling names from a hat is too random for me. I'd rather have everybody who's going to be nominated, the names out there on the table, and then the council be able to state their preference among all of them. So I prefer the second method of voting.
Other comments, council? Mr. Wysocki?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the city clerk for bringing this forward. I disagree with my colleague, Mr. Schwedhelm, because I think one of us is going to be there regardless, for your stated reasons for not allowing the same or backing the same measures, boards and commissions. And it has been my experience on this council that exactly what happens is what the vice mayor said. The first name that comes out has generally been the mayor. So I think the fairest process would be the boards and commissions process. The presiding officer then is a little less important. And I think that's what should happen. So until I get convinced that the randomness of the cat in the hat, I think that the board and commission method of voting would be the most appropriate.
Other comments, council? Ms. Combs?
Can you clarify, I'm assuming multiple members, looking at option 2, multiple members of equal length of service. the highest number of electorate votes. I assume that that's in their most recent election.
Yes.
All right. And I actually am a...
Oh, if I may. I'm sorry, but I have a question that's right on point with that. What if their most recent election is 2 different elections and there's a different percentage of turnout?
Yep, that's right.
You mean if the council member had been reelected and there were 2 different?
Well, yeah, because a non-presidential year will have a much lower turnout than a presidential year. Therefore, absolute votes would not be a proper measure.
You would, yeah, you would have to select either the most recent election or their first election. I'm not sure how you would work around that.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to bring that point out.
My understanding is that it is in fact continuous service. Is that what you said?
That would be that's up to the council to decide which electoral vote you would want to use. The service would be if someone, for example, if you had 2 council members who'd served 6 years at that point, you would need some way to pick which of the 2 of those council members would be your presiding officer.
If it's continuous service, then it's the same election, because they both would have served 6 years from the same election.
Correct.
If it's not continuous service, that's the only time we end up with this question.
That's correct.
So rather than changing it to highest number of electoral votes in most recent election, we could just say that the number of years has to be continuous service.
Or you could say percentage of votes in the most recent election. That way, at least you have a fairer measure.
It can be whatever you want it to be.
Percentage sounds fine, and then we don't eliminate people who are non-continuous but still serving.
Mr. Corsi?
I just want to make a point, is that if we use the board and commission method of voting, that the presiding officer really makes much less of a difference.
Yeah.
That is true.
And I do also support the voting option. Clarifying that, is that what we would do only in the instance when we needed to select a presiding officer, or are we talking about changing to that method?
So it's 2 different issues. One is selecting a presiding officer to run the election, and one is how you vote for the mayor.
Yeah, and because I like the boards and commissions option, because it allows all of the names to come out on the table too.
I just wanted to ask the question. I was under the impression these are the protocols to be put into place in the absence of a mayor or vice mayor. What I've just heard you say is we're now changing the procedure for voting for mayor in every instance.
That was one of the issues that the council wanted to discuss. The charter doesn't provide how you elect the mayor, just that it has to be done when the new council is seated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, and just to be clear, under the current protocol, all nominations are on the floor before you vote, but you vote in the order of the nomination. So you would know under the existing protocol that there was more than one candidate. But, you know, as the concern's been raised about the order you vote in, obviously that can have an impact. But you do know if there's more than one person before you make the first vote under the existing protocol.
I should have clarified. My point was more that, as has been said, the presiding officer can be careful about how they recognize someone making a nomination and therefore influence the nomination, unless we have the voting option, which sort of allows all of the voting to take place in a way simultaneously. So thank you.
So are you supporting the boards and commissions model? Okay. Yeah, the reason although I appreciate the randomness of those evenings can be a little bit crazy on a number of levels, and there is a predictability on the boards and commissions model. It's something that most council members that are still seated are familiar with, and I think the less ambiguity on that evening, the better. So I would also support the board and commission model, and as far as who's running the meeting at that point, I'll just defer to the will of the council. I'm not sure if it's the most number of votes or I kind of prefer the longest continuous service, recent service. It just if Chris and I keeled over right now and the scouts were not able to revive us, my guess is it would probably fall to the most senior member of the council, and I think that would be a way that I prefer that model, actually, the most senior member of the council.
But, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate using a specific example, in that case, council members Oliveris and Waisaki have the same seniority. So we would need to establish who then between them.
Oh, that's where I got, okay. Well, that's when you draw the hat out of a hat.
He has a longer reach than I do.
They were in the same election, so
That's
either
right.
number or percent would work.
Okay. So we need to pick one, so that Ms. Griffin can continue with this process. How do you want to break this up?
I can't see how it makes any difference, either number
I
or
agree.
percentage. One person will have received more.
In that scenario, it doesn't. If we're talking about, say, John, you didn't have continuous service, but you had the same amount of service as Ernesto, then it'd be different elections.
Right.
And therefore, the percentage would matter. That's the only reason I brought it, and that's probably remote as could all be.
Well, the whole thing is rather remote, so it's kind of a...
Who has this motion?
Tom.
Okay, because then it says continuous in option 2, so number is fine because it's continuous.
Actually, option
I'm
1
not-
says continuous
I'm not
as well.
supportive of this motion, so is there someone else who would like to read this item?
Pass it.
Pass it.
You can, yeah, there you go.
Make a motion to establish option 2 for the election of mayor and direct the city clerk to incorporate the protocol into the mayor's manual of protocols and procedures for approval by the council.
Just to be clear, so option 2 is only with respect to selecting the private presiding officer. If you also want to change the method of electing the mayor to go with, which I seem to have heard a majority of council members
Yes.
say, the procedure used for boards and commissions, then if you could add that to your
Yes,
motion.
I'd like to add that we also change the process to use the method for selecting members of boards and commissions to select the mayor and the vice mayor.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion. Discussion? Mr. Oliveris?
Yes, thank you. We had a problem last time, and we dealt with it. We're in the business of making tough decisions every day. It's not uncommon for us to have multiple motions on the floor that we have to make decisions on. We found a way of doing it last time. It seemed to work. It may not have been everybody's desires as we went through, but again, it's the difficulty of being up here making those decisions. It was random, but at the end, it worked. And yeah, we could end up with multiple nominations. I think that was clarified, and that we'll do that again. And we vote. We make the tough decision. That's what we get the little bucks for, not big bucks, but the little bucks for. So again, I'm fine with the way it worked before, so I would be preferring what we did this last election.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveris. So I call for the question. Your votes, please. And I have 5 ayes and 2 noes. Council members Oliveris and Short. I'm voting no. So the item passes. Thank you very much. And we will now take a half-an-hour recess. Sorry.
You scared the city attorney with that.
It's a little louder than I expected. Sometimes it has a mind of its own. I really can't control the disc.
Item 14.3, with the longest introduction ever. Report, Police Department body-worn cameras and software, piggyback purchase with County of Riverside through VView for body-worn video cameras and approval of contract First Amendment with Quan Software Engineering Incorporated. Debbie Lochner, Chief Financial Officer, and Hank Schroeder, Chief of Police, presenting.
Welcome.
Good evening. So what we have tonight is two procurement items that came to the Finance Department, instituted by the Police Department to get the body-worn camera system we've been talking about for a while. The procurement came to us, and as part of that, there was we found out that there was a module we could buy with software that was approved last November that upgraded the whole evidence system within the police department, that by adding 200 seat licenses in this module to the software, that we could then have a secure way to store the data off those cameras and integrate it with our current system. So that's why you're seeing two procurements on one item. What we're asking for you to do tonight is to agree to the amendment to the contract that adds the 200, I think it's 207, but it's, or 208, I was close, individual licenses, which will then allow the police officers to individually have what they call an evidence locker, where they can put that data and then come back in later and add some additional, what they call metadata, which I would have them explain what that is. But you can add like the case number and those types of information into that evidence system. So we're asking to procure the body-worn cameras using a piggyback process through the County of Riverside. The County of Riverside did a very thorough RFP process. They allowed that to be used anywhere within their county. We thoroughly vetted the process they went through, made sure it met our standards, and that it was something that we could use and feel comfortable with, that they had run through a really good process to get the procurement that they used. So we're piggybacking off the work that Riverside County did. We had to approach the county because their contract essentially said that anybody in Riverside County could piggyback on their work. They agreed to allow Santa Rosa to piggyback on their work as well. So what you have in front of you tonight is the amendment to the contract to add the evidence locker software module and the individual licenses so the officers can keep their data and integrate it into our current system, and the purchase of the body-worn cameras. And that's really my report, so we'll take questions.
Council questions? Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Debbie, for that. My question is really to the chief. I heard in the report that it's the evidence, or the actual file gets downloaded into the officer's own personal file. Is that what I heard?
No, what happens is the evidence locker, the licensing for that is the integration software between VeraPic, which is our evidence storage system, and the cameras themselves. What it provides is an individual account that the officers can go in, correct the metadata, and then it uploads into the evidence VeraPic software program. So it provides a really efficient way for the officers to come in, plug the cameras in, and they can walk away, and the information gets loaded into their individual file. It's still the police department's evidence. It's still the police department's data, and that's all spelled out in the
Okay, good. I just wanted to clarify that
Yeah.
it's basically a raw file, if you will.
Yes, and what it does is it integrates an audit trail for the officer, for the information through the evidence process.
And I assume that you're working on procedures for the
Yes.
cameras so that
Yeah.
when they have to use the restroom, it's okay to turn it off. And
Yes. Now, the policy is in place now, and we're in the draft form. It hasn't been completed yet, but we're getting information from a lot of different sources right now to complete the policy. And some of that there is some discretion built into it for those kinds of circumstances. Predominantly during investigations and/or enforcement type activities, the expectation is the cameras would be on.
Okay, and you expect to bring that back to council or just to the city manager when you're finished with the procedures? That would, or
No,
you'll just
we're
implement
actually
it?
collecting all the information. We are going to be publishing it out to the community so that they have a chance. And if you saw, we also published it in a survey form to get information to be able to include public comments in the policy itself, try to integrate some of the concerns that the public has. We had almost 1,200 people that responded to our survey.
I saw that. It was quite impressive how the public really, that's a Survey Monkey? One that
Yeah,
that
we
was.
did. And we did it based on a couple things. One is really kind of developing kind of an understanding what the community sees as private and those kinds of things, as well as what we need to kind of educate the community on regarding the cameras.
Good, I look forward to the program.
Mr. Corsi.
Chief, does the video automatically go into the storage area, the evidence locker?
Yes, it does.
And then how much can the officer, when he's adding, he can add data, can he subtract data from that? Okay.
No, there's audit trails on the Veripic software that you can't delete files without supervisors. So if a camera gets turned on without, it's not supposed to be, it just gets knocked on, something like that. Those can be deleted with supervisor approval, and it's collected in the audit trail, so we know why, who approved it, those kinds. It's evidence, so all of that information stored. The officers don't have the ability to edit that particular information, other than adding case numbers, identifying information from CAD, and these kinds of things.
That's the metadata?
That's the metadata.
Okay. And I should have said he or she when I referred to the officer. How far away are we from actually putting these out on the street with every officer?
We're looking at fall of this year. Pending the approval of this, by fall of this year. We have the policy almost completed. We're moving in through the process. The training process is a big component of it, developing the cameras so that officers are used to using them during things like defensive tactic training, firearms training, driving training. So we're building it into our training plan. We're building a lot of these components in. So it's a big process. This is a big project to get off the ground. So we'll be rolling it out in increments in the fall.
What have you heard from the officers who've used these?
Well, one of the reasons to do a pilot program is to really kind of flesh out all the issues that are associated with some of the cameras, and there are quite a few when it comes to privacy and these kinds of things. But the other thing is really looking at how is it efficient, and what we're seeing today with the evidence locker is how do we make it more efficient so officers don't have to come in an hour before to download digital videos. So part of that process is also getting officers to understand why we're doing it and how to do it and what it's for. And so far we have a lot of support throughout the department for it.
You feel like there's good buy-in from?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schwedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I think there's a question for you. When I looked at attachment 1 and had the 3 different estimates from the 3 different vendors, and then attachment 3 on the Veripic, their page 7, it says price, and Veripic will perform the responsibilities under the scope of work for a one-time fee of $99,000. And I didn't see where that matched up with anything else. Could you explain?
So the $99,000 is, and I'll pull out my information because it's very specific. It includes a one-time payment, plus there's some ongoing maintenance. So, is it this one? Right. Yes, so it's $99,000 is the cost of the module, and the initial cost of the seat license is the first year of maintenance and support. Then there are 4 years remaining of maintenance and support, which are around just under $42,000 a year ongoing cost.
So that's embedded in the other figures we have here, not an additional $99K.
No, the 99,000 is the one-time cost, and then the 42, just under 42,000 is your ongoing cost. So every year, the department will budget the 42,000 for maintenance and support, but the 99,000 is the one-time cost.
Okay. And again, the funds for this are the crime mitigation fees or charges, whatever we're calling that? Is that what the funding source is for this?
The funding source for the purchase of the cameras, I can guarantee, is coming from crime mitigation. As far as this software, I'm not certain that's crime mitigation because I don't think we've gotten that much yet. I mean, it was intended to be used in crime mitigation, but they have money within their budget that they're going to be using to allocate for this.
So my interest is in the future years, the crime mitigation, are those funds coming as they were expected at the levels they were expected to be received at?
They're coming at the levels expected to be received at, but there is a lag.
Just a little slower. Great, thank you.
Ms. Gomes.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. Just for clarification, the crime mitigation funds is a grant program? Or is that something else?
The crime mitigation funds are the funds that we receive from the casino. It is supposed to be an amount that we get every year. Like I said, we're not certain exactly what we're going to get yet because there is a lag and we haven't been able to analyze what our ongoing revenue is going to be from that. So we've been targeting one-time projects for the time being until we can determine that.
And I just want to clarify a couple of things I thought I heard. I thought I heard you say that in the fall, every sworn officer, every officer will have one, or did I hear that wrong? How many officers will have them?
The program allows us to equip 120 officers with cameras. So it's not all the officers, but like most programs where we have equipment, we target kind of a group in the department that needs it the most. So for example, in this case, it's going to be the patrol officers that are going to be equipped first, and then we'll start rolling it into some of the detective units and things like that.
Okay, so maybe not yet the detective
Not yet.
units.
Most
Okay.
programs where we're buying equipment, we'll get the initial start, and then we'll start adding to it as we go.
I thought I heard you say the policy and procedures were to be published, but I didn't hear whether they came before us before that or not.
Not generally.
So we won't have any say as a council in the policies that go forward on how to use this?
I would
I'm
say,
asking, is that-
generally the policy, we're trying to get as much information about the policy as possible, but generally it's the department that will write the policy.
Oftentimes, policies also have a component that involves not just the procedures of the department, but sort of a philosophy of how we do business as a city. And I would have thought that kind of thinking, some of those kinds of decisions would come before the council. So I would like to understand a little bit why we don't have something coming before us.
Well, generally, those are police operational policies that are governed in large part by the police officer standards and by state and federal law, and so that's typically why they would not come to city council.
So state and federal law has a policy about how my city will do body cameras? I thought we did a survey to decide, at least in part, how we did body cameras.
No, there's certain state and federal laws. For example, information about domestic violence, things like that, child abuse. There's a huge number of laws that play into this.
Lots of laws affect, we have to abide by a lot of laws, but it doesn't mean that we don't have a role in policy making.
We're more than happy to bring forward the policy as it's being proposed to council.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. And I look forward to when that happens. Did I hear that a supervisor can delete something if an officer, for example, has an accident and turns it on, off, knocks it on? The immediate supervisor can. Can you explain the hierarchy a little bit so that I understand? Because I'm not, part of me wonders, is one supervisor versus
So, what I would defer to is that we bring forward the policy conversation
Okay.
in, again, tonight is an improvement of a contract. We'll bring forward the policy so you can better understand those
Okay.
particular questions.
So I'm going to have questions about who gets to delete and what the safe check marks, fail safes are on the deletion. But I also really want to thank you for moving ahead with this. And I very much appreciate that you've done this work. I hope in the long run that what it does is protect our officers. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, quickly, Chief, I think you said that 120 officers will have these. Why 208 licenses?
Because the information that gets, we have evidence technicians or record staff, supervisors that may not be issued cameras, still need a license to be able to manipulate the evidence back and forth between the DA's office, us.
Okay, so that many more support staff will be?
Yeah, when they did the study on it, they came up with that many licenses. That's why we made these extra.
May I respectfully suggest that you not use the word manipulate?
Yeah, I think you, yeah.
Move the data between organizations. How about that? Process the information.
In that vein, actually, in the support services that are licensing, or that we're paying license fees and support, et cetera, one of the things that I have a little concern about with the concept of cameras in the beginning, it's like when we move to having smaller cars, sometimes the wrecks will be more substantial until everyone's in a smaller car. If during the process of in the beginning, when we're just using them, there's a good chance that the officers, even with all the training we can think of, it's not automatic for a while, that maybe they don't get turned on, and then I feel like there could be some litigation or some exposure to some degree. That maybe happens regardless of what we do. That's a training issue and just getting used to the concept of cameras. But what is the license or the people that create the software, if there's a glitch in our software, are they held harmless? Or do they have some responsibility to the city? If there's a technological problem with the equipment or the programming, and then there's a glitch in the evidence, and we are we just, and then someone gets a hold of that and decides that it's the city of Santa Rosa's responsibility, is the company that provided the software held harmless?
Well, I doubt that they're going to indemnify us from any liability if something happens to get deleted, but I'm sure that they come with standard warranties that if for some reason the cameras are malfunctioning, that we have some remedies to get that fixed. And I would hope, or we would certainly subpoena them if for some reason there was a problem that led to evidence not being available for some reason. I mean, we would certainly look to them to help support us in any litigation.
Thanks. Sure, Ms. Carlstrom.
I was only going to offer, with respect to that last point of concern, I used to work for a software company that worked with EMS and fire, and there was a lot of resistance within the industry to adoption of technology specifically for that purpose. They want it to be field tested and proven before they're willing to adopt it, but you can't get it adopted until somebody tests it. I'm fairly certain, I'm sure this program and this product has undergone extensive field testing. My only concern is, since we are latching ourselves to a contract with the County of Riverside, we're a very different community. And I just wanted to ask the question whether this product, is it appropriate for Riverside, maybe not appropriate for our community? Is there any of that wide variety within body cameras?
So I'll try to answer that the best I can, and Hank can jump in. The staff in the police department did field test 3 different types of cameras. They picked this as the most user-friendly camera. We went out and to find the best way we could get the best price. So we're just piggybacking just on the work they did, but we have our own contract.
Great, thank you very much.
Sure, Ms. Gomes.
Can you give us a rough idea of the cost savings because of the piggybacking?
We saved over $100 per camera unit. I believe that's in the staff report, but we got better than even GSA pricing, which is published pricing, because Riverside did a really great job in getting this program out there for their community. And so being able to piggyback on the work they did, we actually realized greater savings than we would through our normal channels of procurement, looking at GSA pricing and the other kind of major contracts that are out there.
Any other questions or comments, Council?
Thank you for the good job on that.
Good job. So, Ms. Combs, you have this item.
Thank you. Motion approving the following. 1, the piggyback purchase of body-worn video cameras and accessories in accordance with City Code Chapter 3-08.160 from VView LLC, Seattle, Washington, in an amount not to exceed $101,900, utilizing the County of Riverside RFP hashtag SHARC-245, contract hashtag SHARC-84067-001-7/15, and 2, the First Amendment to Contract F000898 with Quan Software Engineering Incorporated, doing business as VeriPic Incorporated of Santa Clara, California, for an additional software module, along with maintenance and support in the amount of $278,656 for a total contract amount not to exceed $536,488.60.
Second.
I don't think I need to waive further reading of the text.
And we have our second with Councilmember Wysocki, and your votes, Council. And we have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. We have no public hearings. Mr. McGlynn, written communications.
Written communications, item 16.1, council work plan update provided for information. Item 16.2, update on mid-year budget projects provided for information.
Thank you very much. And
Mayor?
we have, oh, sorry.
I just have a question.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
So for the city manager, if we have questions or want a little bit more information on this,
Please feel free to
send it to you.
send me the info, and I will relay the answers out.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Carlstrom, did you? All right, good enough. Thank you very much. I have no cards for public comment, and we're adjourned. Thank you.